Onyinye Giwa Onofua, and I'll be serving as your host today at this event. So I'm going to make sure that I navigate this event to ensure that you have an amazing, amazing time. All right, so we're going to do a bit of an icebreaker so that everyone can warm up a bit. So I know there's a point where we're going to still network, meet people. However, I think that this is a good time. We have our notepads. Does everyone have a notepad and a pen in front of them? Yes? Great. All right, so in a few minutes, we're going to start. And it's going to be an amazing time. Trust me, the speakers are amazing. And I cannot wait for you to sit down and take notes from them as well. So there's a game we used to play when we were younger. How many people remember name, place, animal, food, thing? How many people played that game when they were younger? Fantastic. How many people did not play that game? Let me just see your hand up. So I know the people that I can... Okay, we all played that game. Fantastic. So I want you to rule a line saying name. Go on real quickly. We're just going to do one name, place, animal, food, thing, and then put a total. Right? All right. Your neighbor is going to mark. So I'm going to just say an alphabet, and we're going to now very quickly. I'm going to time us. We have 60 seconds to fill up that row. All right. Are we already? Name, place, animal, food, thing, and then put a total beside it, and then rule that line. Fantastic. Are we ready? Ready? Are you sure? Set. Letter K. Let's go. And I'm timing you. You've got 1 minute to fill up those rows very quickly. Name, place, animal, food, thing, and total. All right, so let me see how well you will do. Okay, I'm timing you. All right, I'm timing you. No copying. Let me see the people that used to do giraffe in class. All right, no copying. Okay. Okay. If you're done, put your pencils up. Wow, fantastic. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over. Okay, can you please pass your notepad to the person beside you? Don't mark yourself. Pass your notepad to the person beside you, please. Let me see, what kind of names are we hearing there? We'll be hearing K for Kende. Good. How many people have Kende? If you have Kende, there's 5. No 10. 10 marks for original words only. Kende is what other names do we have? Pardon? Kenya. Okay, Kenya more true. Kenya what? Kate. Who else? Kemi. 5. Kadiza. You people. Okay, yes. Okay, Kadiza. Yeah. Okay, let me see. What else? Pardon? Kenny. Kendra. Anybody have Kendra? Nobody. Okay. All right, so place? Kenya. Of course, Kenya. Pardon? Kentucky. Kenya. Kano. Katsina. Any original party? Kaduna. What else? Kenya, yeah, so 5. What? Kuala Lumpur. Fantastic. Yeah, does anybody 5? Okay, 5 then. Wonderful. Animal? Kangaroo. 5 for everybody. Apart from kangaroo. Pardon? Koala. Pardon? Kitty. Someone say kitty, please. Please, what? Oh, kitten. Oh, okay. Kitten, okay. Keke? Animal. Oh, kangaroo. Okay. Let me see. Thin. Kettle. Good. Pardon? Keg. Okay. Kite. Good job. Pardon? Kid. What did you say? Kid. Oh, kid. Oh, animal. Kid. Animal. Kid. Animal. Kid. Baby goat. Oh, okay. Does anybody have any? If you played with your cousins, you have one over-sabi cousin that's always coming up with things that's, always trying to challenge and push the envelope. But please put your hands together for yourselves. Fantastic. We had name, place, animal, food, thing. Okay, food. What do we do? Food. Ketchup. You are that over-sabi cousin. Ketchup is ketchup food. Kunu.
Hello.
What up? Kilishi. Fantastic. Cocoa. Hey. Okay, cocoa. Yes. Okay. Hey. Okay, kenke. Yes. Ghanaian food. What else? Food. Kellogg's. See them, over-sabi cousins. Pardon? Cola nut. Cocoa is C, not K. See? And that's the other over-sabi cousin that tells you that, look, it's a lie. You cannot cheat us in this game. Fantastic. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Wonderful, wonderful. Went down memory lane today. I haven't played that game in a long time. Every time we have the whole family together, I make sure we all play that game. So try and, do some bonding with, family next time with that. All right, so hope we're all doing good this morning. All right, so next thing I like to do when I start an event is to find out, because I feel like when you come to an event, you have expectations, right? So I want to hear what your expectations are for this event, so that hopefully if it's fulfilled, you know. If it's not, then you can tell. But it's always good to, to venture out, to go out with a goal in mind. I want to learn this, I want to learn that. So is there anyone, before I pick someone, is there anyone who wants to just share your expectations? Okay, I don't know if you put up your hand, but your hand did like this, so I'm just gonna, I know she's trying not to look at me, but hi, what's your name? What's your name?
Bode Abifarin.
Hi, Bode Abifarin. How are you? What do you do?
I'm a cybersecurity enthusiast.
Good girl. All right, cybersecurity enthusiasts. Okay, fantastic. So what are your expectations today?
To gain insights from the keynote speakers and to network.
All right. Network, that's a big one. I don't think we know the power of networking enough. All right, anybody else? I like that. So any particular speaker you're looking out for? Oh, fantastic. Is he the only man seated? Yeah, here. It is very nice to have you here, by the way. What's your name, sir, and what do you do?
Morning, my name is Daramola.
Hi, Daramola.
Obviously, I'm not a woman,
yes,
but I'm very interested in this topic because I used to work in these corporate organizations before I stopped that and became a farmer. But I'm very interested in knowing from a woman's perspective how you intend to improve and strengthen women inclusion in the corporate field.
Fantastic. Wow, amazing. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here as well. All right, I want to take 2 to 3 more people. Tell me what your expectations are very quickly. Okay. What's your name and what do you do?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Itiola. I used to be a marketing director for a fintech company, and it's kind of lonely at the top. So I have come to see my other people, and also hear from the speakers, trends, and also discuss with a lot of people here and see how women are doing in tech and breaking down or demystifying all those things about tech, you understand. Some of us have been in the industry for so long, not tech, but now we are into tech. I want to see what the other people are saying about the other things in tech. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Itiola. Thank you very much. Very nice to meet you. Okay, let me go to this side of the room very quickly. Hi, what's your name?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chioma. I'm an IT project manager. So I'm here to meet with people in my field. I think this is my first time here. And I'm also here to learn from the speakers we'll be having speak to us later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chioma. Thank you for coming. Let me take one more person in this row. Hi, what's your name?
Good morning. My name is Tekena. I'm a data analyst. I think the time we celebrated International Women's Day, I was very busy that day. I did, later in the night, I even had to post on my WhatsApp status. So I'm really glad I could make it here today. I want to learn how we can, include ourselves in organizations, how we can, as women, what we can do to improve ourselves and be inclusive wherever we find ourselves, regardless of tech or just any other place we find ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let me take one more from that table. Okay. Your expectations. Tell us your name, what you do, and your expectations.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Ngozi. I'm a data analyst, and I'm here to network as well as learn from the body of knowledge available in this domain, Women in Tech.
Thank you so much. I like that a lot of people have said that we're here to network. It's so important. Networking is so powerful. Sometimes people have said you're just one person away from your next breakthrough. You're just one person away from your next promotion. You're just one person away from, So I like us to use this paper once again before we go on to do our welcome address. Use your paper and just get the names of the people beside you. No numbers. If you know them, don't worry. Just write the names. Ask them for their names. There's someone beside you. You just ask for their names. Maybe what they do. You can put what they do as well. So the next time when we finish and we're really doing proper networking, there's something about networking that I know is powerful. When I come to you and I say, I'm Chioma, so does it not feel that I called your name? Exactly. Absolutely. Or Itiola, what do you think about, as opposed to, what's that your name again? What's that your name again? That really is a downer when it comes to networking. So write the names of everyone on your table, what they do. You can put something as a reminder, just to remind you that, okay, Damola, was it Damola? Sorry, I beg your pardon, was your name Damola? Damola, I beg your pardon. All right, so write Damola, and you can put the only man in the room beside it so that you don't call somebody else Damola, So it's so important. So write their names, what they do. It's really, really powerful. Right, so write their names and what they do. All right, so I'll give you a few seconds to do that. If you want to ask them a few more things, it's good too. That's good too, but let's meet the people on your table. All right, so you guys can, it just breaks the ice, and it's really, really good for networking later as well. Okay, so can we carry on? We're going to carry on. We don't want to waste too much time. I think we're going to start with our welcome address. Yes, Ayobami? Fantastic. All right, to just lead us into the event proper with her welcome address, please welcome the founder, Career Space, and founding partner, Startup HR Africa, Ada Goodness, to welcome us very quickly to this wonderful event. Please put your hands together for her one more time. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, host, for keeping the fort. My name is Goodness Ada Armstrong, as she said, and I'm so happy that we're here today. Who's excited that Women's Month is not just in March? Women's Month is every month. So a round of applause for Women in Tech Nigeria. I think someone had responded to my post on Instagram and say, it's not supposed to be in March. And I'm like, we're celebrating and including every other month, right? So I'm happy that we're here today. I'm happy that Women in Tech Nigeria went through with this. And I'm excited that everyone is in the room. So enjoy yourselves. Network Women in Tech Nigeria is part of a global organization helping to ensure that women get all the support that they need to build a career in technology. And I'm excited that, I don't see Shona, where is she? Okay. I'm excited that we're all here today to also just mark another year of doing this amazing, incredibly important work in tech. I'm also happy that we have speakers here who, of course, who are our favorite people. Some of my people are here today, are going to be coming here today to talk to us and just, we continue to share in the work that they're doing in the different organizations and just see how, women in tech can continue to partner, because that's really what we do, right? So partner with people who are doing this work and also encourage in our own communities the way that we can. I'm also super excited that, this event today is also just going to be another step forward in just showing how important women are in the tech ecosystem and seeing how we can leverage one another, to continue to build and grow. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I'll be here again at the end of the session to say thank you.
Thank you, Ada. Thank you very much. Okay, I learned that there are people virtually watching who are part of this event. So which camera are we looking at so we can say hello to them? All right, okay. Oh, that one. Hi, and welcome to the Women in Tech International Women's Day event. And we're glad that you're there. All right, so whether you're at home or at work or wherever it is joining us online today, we say you're very special, and we thank you very much for being a part of today's event. So we're going to tell you how to engage so that you don't feel left out. We're going to just brief you. Someone's going to brief you online on how to send your questions in so that you can be carried along. All right, so thank you so much for joining virtually, and it's going to be an amazing time. Okay, so the theme for this event is inspiring inclusion. We hear that a lot now. When something becomes a buzzword, it's like, okay, inclusion. And, sometimes we're like, what really is inclusion? What's the core of inclusion? So to demystify inclusion today, we're going to listen to our keynote address. And if you're ready, our keynote address is brought to us by Jolapamo Awode. She's an accomplished business leader, best-selling author and gender finance expert. She serves as the CEO and co-founder of HerVest, a fintech company that provides... Okay, she's not here yet. So, I beg your pardon. Is our video ready? If our video is ready, then we can watch our video very quickly and then go on to our first panel. Can we go on to do our first panel after the video? Is that okay? Yes? Okay, fantastic. All right, so we're going to listen to or watch a video by Women in Tech Nigeria. And it's going to serve as some sort of interlude. Right after that, we're going into our first panel session. And our first panel session is titled Harnessing Technology to Address Gender Issues and Inequality. Harnessing Technology to Address Gender Issues and Inequality. Is our video ready? Just give me a signal. Is it ready? Not ready. Okay, fantastic. Okay, while we're just ushering a few more people in, we'll wait for a video. Oh, Jolapamo is fantastic. Saved by the bell. Welcome, Jolapamo. Please put your hands together for her. It is good to have you here. You're right on time. All right, so I'm going to read her profile while she settles in. Good thing that her profile is really long. Everyone that you see here that's a speaker, a mentor, trust that their profile is, let me say, what's that word? It's scary. Let me say scary. These are women that have put in the work over the years, and we're so excited to have them here because it's important for women to mentor other women. It's important for us to listen to other women. No one has the experience that we have, oftentimes, so it's good that we're doing this today. All right, so Jolapamo Akinpelu is an accomplished business leader, best-selling author, and gender finance expert. She serves as the CEO and co-founder of HerVest, a fintech company that provides inclusive finance to African women through savings, impact investing, and credit financing for smallholder women farmers and women-led SMEs with over 40,000 members. HerVest is dedicated to improving women's lives through financial access and services. Jolapamo serves as the global co-chair of marketing for the Women in Tech Global Movement, and as the country manager for Nigeria, she is also the chairman of technology at the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, promoting technology, trade, and investment between Nigeria and Britain. Jolapamo is a sought-after speaker, leader, leading gender finance conversations, both online and offline, and in various media outlets. She's also the author of the best-selling personal finance book, Stripped, An African Women's Guide to Building Generational Wealth. I'd like you to give her a resounding round of applause as she comes up to address us with the theme, Demystifying Inclusion, What's Core and What's Not. Please welcome Jolapamo Akinpelu upstage for me this morning. You're welcome, Jolapamo. Please come on. It's cool. It's cold up here, so let us warm her up as she comes forward. Here you go.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I have to apologize that I ran a few minutes late. I've been unwell, actually, but I just had to be here this morning. Good morning once again. So you heard her. She said I'm a speaker. People agree that I am, but because I get so passionate and, quite blue-eyed when it comes to gender conversations, I put a note together so I don't, go talking about period poverty, time poverty, and then, miss the points, because we are here to talk about women in tech today and how we can inspire inclusion for women across different backgrounds, creed, race, region, tribalism, ethnic, whatever. Thank you so much for joining us. So if you indulge me, I'll read my speech. Thank you. So good morning once again to everyone, distinguished guests, our sponsors, MTN in particular, members of Women in Tech, Exco, everyone across the room and joining us virtually. I especially thank you for graciously being here today, for making out the time out of your busy schedules. It's Friday morning in Lagos time. It's a quite busy time. So the goal is to share experiences, expectations, and visions that would spark transgenerational inclusion in the tech ecosystem and beyond. The journey, I'm happy to tell you, has now begun. To our male allies, I'm sure that when I said sisters, ladies, the male said, okay, we are here too. We see you.
We thank you for emphasizing with the truth that equity can only be realized when our voices and actions are united. I thank you for your solidarity. We thank you for your presence. Last but not least, I would like to extend my effusive gratitude to MTN Nigeria for their genuine commitment to this transformative initiative of empowering women to thrive in technology, for consistently facilitating a world of innovation, diversity, and inclusion. We thank you. Can we have a round of applause for MTN, please? Thank you. Well, the topic before me takes us back to our roots, and as a proud African woman, as a Pan-Africanist who is deeply in love with Africa and her women, I'd like to reference an African story, if you permit me. And it's a story that we are all most familiar with. It's the tale of Moremi Ajasoro, the Queen of Ile-Ife, and how she saved the people by allowing herself to be captured by the enemy who constantly invaded her land. Through ingenuity and courage, she learns of the enemy's strategy and divulges this to her people, which eventually set them free from domestic terrorism. She, however, does this at a priceless cost of both her life and that of her son. Technology is about innovation. Technology is about solving problems. While you might agree that, okay, was the technology adopted that always said that the best innovations are born out of empathy, of solving for human race, of custom solutions built for the right set of people. Moremi's story symbolizes the priceless sacrifices and contributions that women can make beyond the homestead to technology and national development. Her perspective in a highly patriarchal environment was valued and accepted, and it became the turning point in the course of a historical challenge, charting the path for female leadership and gender advocacy rights in Nigeria. With its vibrant tech ecosystem, Nigeria has witnessed an impressive influx of talented women who have broken barriers and are carving their paths in this traditionally male-dominated field. Inclusion, however, goes far beyond mere representation. It's about creating an environment where every individual, regardless of gender, sex, religion, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status, feels valued, respected, and empowered. While talking about inclusion, especially in March, my favorite quote about it was, when you talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, diversity is when you get invited, to a party, and then inclusion is when you get asked to dance. They are entirely different. Now, let us discuss what is truly core to inspiring inclusion. It starts with education and empowerment. It starts with advocacy. We must invest in initiatives that promote STEM education for young girls and empower them with the necessary skills to thrive in the tech world. By providing mentorship programs, internships, scholarships, we can ensure that no talented woman is left behind. The Women in Tech Nigeria community has been committed to achieving this through the annual VBank Women in Tech Nigeria Makeathon program, which we started in 2021. And so far, we have trained over 2,000 girls. Do I hear a round of applause? And women with varying degrees of digital skills in software development, UI, UX, product management, cybersecurity, digital marketing, and data analytics. Allow me to step back and take a moment to introduce you to the mother brand behind this gathering, that is Women in Tech Global. Women in Tech Global is the world's foremost organization for inclusion, diversity, and equity in STEM. Our mission is to bridge the gender gap and empower women to embrace technology. Headquartered in Paris, we are a global movement with chapters spanning 48 countries across 6 continents with a growing membership of over 200,000 individuals. Collectively, Women in Tech Global aim to empower 5 million women and girls in STEM by 2030. And that goes back to, my first point about education and empowerment. Well, our doors are open for you to join a vibrant community. The benefits speak for themselves, from access to training, mentorships, cross-border networking, community events as this, financing, transgenerational transfer of knowledge, to mention a few. I encourage that you join the Women in Tech Global Community today if you haven't, by visiting www.womenintech.org, or you speak with our members around here. Speaking about what's core and what's not in inclusion. Inclusivity, as I said earlier, goes beyond the diverse workforce. To be inclusive, you also need to make technology understandable for everyone. If I do not understand it, if I don't know what's possible with it, I probably, wouldn't know what I'm missing on or be interested in joining. Well, when you look at core tech people, they're usually not very good at making people understand this. And I can empathize with them. It's natural to forget how to talk to humans when you write code, more than 12 hours every day. And this is why we need conscious efforts with inclusive communication. Because without this, there will be problems both outside and inside organizations. Inclusivity, again, is about creating safe spaces and support networks for women in technology. Through the establishment of women-led communities, fora, and networking events, we can foster an environment of solidarity where women can share experiences, challenges, and successes, as we've successfully done with women in tech. Now, what's not of inclusion? Inclusion isn't an act of tokenism. Trying to include women or underserved communities into conversations because it appeases or harmonizes with the chorus of certain groups is an absolute no. When we act this way, we miss out on the truest and purest gifts, the capabilities and potentials that every individual embodies. To borrow the words of our latest champion, Tunde Onokoya, the current Guinness World Record champion for chess, potential is nothing if it's not realized. So we must move beyond this to truly unlock the female potential. Inspiring inclusion, again, is also not a competitive rivalry between the sexes. Gender equality must not be seen as a zero-sum game where one sex loses to the other. There is a plethora of evidence to show that we can achieve more when we collaborate and prioritize our strengths. Again, inspiring inclusion is importantly not about assumptions. As mentioned earlier, it's not assuming that your product is a one-size-fits-all or thinking that what works for A might do same with B. There is no room for trial and error. Efforts must go into authentic market research and inclusive communication to ensure your product mirrors the demographic it was created to serve. Success stories of this include Fenty by Rihanna and Canva by Melanie Perkins. And now even my 13-year-old niece brags about being a designer. Just imagine. Well, I'll just round up quickly here to say that inspiring inclusion starts with you. It starts with me. It starts with recognizing that we all are unique and celebrating our diverse differences. It starts with challenging those biases and stereotypes that blind us from seeing potential. Please embrace this challenge to inspire inclusion today. Together, let us write the narrative. Let us break down the barriers and create a tech industry that is truly representative of the talent, brilliance, and potentials that lie within our great nation, Nigeria. In the words of MTN, I would say, what are we doing today? Inspire inclusion, I can say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Jolapamo. Thank you. I think she deserves just a bit, yeah. Very well said. Thank you so much. All right. So is our video ready? Fantastic. So we're going to watch a video by Women in Tech Nigeria, and then we're going to commence our first panel session. Don't go away.
Hi guys, my name is Daramola Ajayi. I am a producer, TV producer, like in the media space, and I currently just finished a course in product management, courtesy of Women in Tech, the Nestcoin Code Academy, and VBank. And I must say it was an amazing journey for me. It was It was a bit of a challenge because I had to juggle working and also attending class. But then I must say my facilitator was amazing. Thank you so much, Iroluwa. Thank you so much to the sponsors of this Makeathon 2.0. It was impactful. And I would also say this is one of the best decisions I have made this year. And to my colleagues, thank you, because we actually made new friends, made new communities. And I learned new things as a product manager. I can't wait to start making tech money, you know. All right, guys. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Zobiao. I am a recent product management graduate from the Women in Tech Nigeria program in collaboration with the Nest and Foundry and VBank. I'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors for this amazing opportunity. The training was super impactful, and I was able to learn. In the course, I've also been able to build a product along from the knowledge I have gained, and I've also been able to connect with very, very important people on my journey. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Imelda Onuma. I just graduated from the Digital Marketing Program, sponsored by Women in Tech, VBank, Girl Code Academy, and the Nest. This experience was really insightful. I learned a lot. The coach was exclusive. I met very good friends. I've been able to learn about mail marketing, content creation, and the likes. I would recommend this to anyone who is interested. And thank you once again for this experience. I wouldn't have come this far without you guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Wow, that was wonderful. Feedback is always an amazing idea. Feedback is always an amazing idea. So we see that we have a fuller hall, which is brilliant. So for those who are just joining us, you're welcome to the Women in Tech Nigeria International Women's Day event. And the theme is Inspiring Inclusion. So we're glad that you're here today. We did a few things before you came in, so we're going to do a few of those things again. So for those who have more people on their table, I'm going to give you a few minutes to write more names on your paper. So you have a paper and a pen in front of you. Please ask for the names of the people around you and what they do. No phone numbers, no pressure, and write their names. Write their names. I was saying before you walked in that it's so important to know people's names, especially when you're having conversations. All right? When you're having conversations, if you say, "Oh, Tolu, what do you think about?" It's a lot more powerful than what's your name again? And then keep having conversations without. So ask for their names, include names in your paper and what they do. Ask for their names and write on your paper. Everyone on your table. Ask for the names of everyone on your table and write it in your paper. Fantastic. At the end of this event, you're also still going to have time to talk, meet people. All right, so I'd like you to come out of your shell today, especially if you're an introvert. I hear that most tech sisters are introverts. Is this true? It's true? Wow. Okay, so you're at the right place. I'm going to challenge you to network today. All right, tech sisters, come out. Thank God you came out of your laptops and your computers today. You're in the real world today, not in the virtual world. If you're online as well, just let us know your name and where you're watching from. If you're watching, wherever you're watching us from, tell us your name. Please type your name in the comment section and what you do. Tell us your name, what you do, and where you're watching us from. We'd love to meet you. We'd love to know you. So please make good use of the comment section. We'd love to know your name, what you do, and where you're watching us from. And if you're live with us here, yes, I like it. I'm seeing people having conversations, talking. Ask for their names. And then you can just put something beside that name so you can remember. So you can remember, all right? So ask them to tell you one thing or two, just so you can put it beside the name so you can remember. All right, so ask for their names. I want your papers to have names. So don't ask for numbers yet, too. Don't ask for numbers yet. At the end, when we're networking, when you feel like you've reached a warm patch of this meeting, then maybe you can say, "Oh, can I have your number?" If you find that there's something you have in common. Over the course of this event, if you find that you have something in common, there's something that you can move ahead, then you can ask for numbers. But for now, just take their name, what they do, try and sample the relationship to see if, okay, do we have anything in common? Is there anything there? You just never know. I always tell people you're one person away from your promotion or your next job, your dream job. You might be sitting beside the person who will introduce you to your dream job or to your promotion. All right. So I'm so excited. Yes. All right. So let's give you a few minutes to do that. So please do that real quickly. Okay, how are we doing? How are we doing? There's someone on your table who is a bit quiet and you're a bit more outspoken. Please try and bring them out. Bring them out. I'm coming to ask questions. Let me start from this table because I see that. Hi. All right. Hi, sisters. How are you? Good. So you have everyone's name on this table. All right. So just pick one person who you went beyond just a name and what you found out about that person. What's your name first?
Tolani. My name is Tolani.
What do you do?
I'm a data scientist.
Data scientist.
Yes.
I can tell Tolin's a little shy, so just...
Okay.
So what did you learn from one person beyond just asking for their names and what did you learn?
Oh, okay. I learned from Bolu. She said when she picked the mic and gave her the mic, and she said she was a cybersecurity enthusiast. So I was just like eager to know what she do. But so that's
fantastic. All right. So yes, Bolu is a cybersecurity enthusiast. So if there's anybody that wants to learn a bit more about that, you can see Bolu later. Just ask her to tell you a bit more about that. You never know. Fantastic. Let me come to this table. Hi. What? Okay, you're just meeting people. Hi. Did you just get here? Okay. So tell us your name, what you do, and what you've learned from one person on this table.
Okay. My name is Omoshaliwa. I am a technical analyst, and
What's her name?
Her name is Lolade. She's a fashion designer. And this is Onyinye. She's a marketer.
Oh, nice. So she met Onyinye, who's a marketer, and Lolade, who's a fashion designer. Did you make what you're wearing, Lolade? Can we see? Please stand up, Lolade. Please, Lolade is a fashion designer, and she's wearing her own work. Oh, my goodness. Okay, girl. Yes. Can you turn around? Let me just see what the back looks like. Oh, my. Okay. Oh, nice. Well done, Lolade. You look beautiful. You look beautiful. Okay, let me come to this table. This table, they look like they're going to become best friends by the end of the night. Did you know each other before today? Okay, no, fine. I like that. Okay, so please tell us who you met, or if you know anything about anyone else on this table.
All right, this is Oluwakemi. She's a serial entrepreneur.
Wow.
She does virtual assistant, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. So she's a virtual assistant and a serial entrepreneur. OBO. Okay. We like it. Okay, let me come to this table. Hi. What's your name and what do you do?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esosa. I work in engineering, TCP, Transition Core Planning, Engineering.
Fantastic. So what do you know anything about anyone here?
Okay. For Peace, I know that she's an engineer in broadband system planning.
Is that similar to like your kind of engineering?
Kind of similar,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
And then Sophia, she works in NID. Operations, yeah? Network implementation department.
Okay, fantastic. Yes. Wow, there's some hardcore tech sisters here. All right, so I hope you get to know a bit more about yourselves as time goes on. So please, let's do more. Okay, let me take one last table. Okay, this table here. I think we had a... Hi. What's your name? What do you do?
My name is Miriam Ade, and I'm a data analyst. Miriam, yes, Miriam Ade. Data, yes. Miriam Ade, yes. Okay, I know that she's a digital marketer. Ianu. I know Eunice is a data analyst also. Eunice.
Okay. Hi. Okay.
I know Loretta. She's a social media marketer. I know. I'm trying to remember her name.
Okay.
Murayo. I know Tino Ade. I know Igmot.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, so you mentioned everybody on the table. That's really good. Okay, let me also. Hi. What's your name and what do you do?
Good morning. My name is Adeze and I am a civil engineer.
Ooh, Adeza is a civil engineer. Okay, what do you know about the people on your table?
Yes, so she she works as a cyber security specialist.
What's her name?
She just came in.
Oh, she just came in.
Yeah. Omolara. Yes. This is Anu, a cybersecurity enthusiast, graphic designer. This is Motsorayo, a back-end developer. This is Nonye, a business development expert. This is Dorcas. Okay. She's everything. This is Nonye, right? Uche, rather. Cybersecurity, yeah. Sorry, Mom. Elizabeth, I can't remember. A marketer.
Okay, and
she just joined in, man.
Okay, well, you're welcome. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, not bad. Good. Okay, so let me take one last table. I think that table, there's not that very many people on that table, so one person can introduce everybody on this table. Hi. Good morning. Hi. What's your name and what do you do? I know you knew I was coming, but you were thinking, oh, Lord. Let it not be me, but yeah, it is you.
Good morning.
Okay.
My name is Tosin.
Your name is?
Tosin. Yes. I'm a functional tester at MTN Nigeria. Yes. I came not quite long. Yes.
You didn't just come. Yeah. Okay, let me pass you the mic. You tell us your name, what you do, and introduce yourself to the people on your table.
My name is Patience. I am a customer success person in a fintech. I met 3 people on this table. Okay, this is Angela. Angela works in customer support in Quick Check. This is Chimoya. She's a customer support manager. Chimoya. She's a customer support manager at our company. And that's Damilola. Damilola is a computer science student in Bestowa, and she's looking at connecting to learn a tech skill.
You did good. Thank you so much. Yes, I love it. You're meeting people. Okay, this table. Okay, I've been on this. Oh, I haven't. Hi. What's your name and what do you do?
My name is Omotsolani Ashinyobi. I'm a team lead at MTN IT Command Center. I oversee the operations of the data center first line support team. Basically, that's all I do. Okay. Okay, let me start from her. She's Nora. Yes. She's from the network group. Yes. This is Fumi. She's a service desk engineer. Rosaline, service desk team lead. That's Charity. She's a project manager. And that is Uroma. Buma. Sorry, I'm so sorry. She's a tester, right? And here is Shola. She's a project manager at Network.
Not bad. Well done. I love to see it. All right. So hopefully, as we continue, you'll find that there's one person you gravitate towards. So I love it. All right. So we're going to start our first panel session in a bit. I was just waiting for one more speaker, and then we will start. All right. And then we'll start. That table. Okay, girl. I like it. I like that. Even inviting me to their table. Okay. All right. So who's going to? Okay, you're going to speak. What's your name and what do you do?
Hi, good morning. Hi. My name is Mildred Omsa. I'm a site reliability engineer. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So here, this is Busola Onoshegun. She's an IT project manager. This is Kovo. She's an IP core engineer. And this, I can't remember your name. This is Esther. She is a packet core engineer. This is Blessing. She's a business analyst. Ngozi, data analyst. And then Blessing, IT support analyst.
Fantastic. Well powerful women on this table. Oh, no, every table, really. Powerful women in this room. Okay. So I want to do this table. But somebody is saying, no weapon fashion. No, he's saying, I'm going to do this table. Hi, what's your name and what do you do?
My name is Toyin. I'm into Toyin. Yeah, Toyin. Into UI UX, and I've come to meet Nick here. She's data analyst in the making, and she's really inspired by a program. Understand? Yeah. And Nara, also UI UX in the making. All right. And Zita. Yeah. Zita is a customer service, into customer service, and all that.
Not bad. Thank you so much. Well done for meeting all the people on your table. This is really good, and it's the beginning of something great. Some of you will live here with besties. Some of you will live here with acquaintances. Some of you will walk into your next interview and find that she was one I was sitting beside at the WITN. Ding 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 ding. All right, so put in a good effort today, and you'll be friendly, be nice, get to know somebody else, get to know what they do, be inquisitive, be curious. Those are the things that make up for great networking. Be curious, just ask questions, all right, listen, and yes, just be yourself, be authentic. It's very important. All right, so I want us to play, where's Ayobami? I want her to give me a signal. Ayobami, signal? No, okay, great. Okay, so we played a game earlier. Now that we have a fuller house, I want us to play that game one more time. Some of those who are coming in, just joining us. How many of you, when you were younger, played name, place, animal, food, thing? Yes. Okay, we played it earlier and it was fun. So we're going to do it. So for those who have done the letter K, great, keep your line. So if you're just coming in, just rule like how many rules? Name, place, animal, food, thing, and then total. Name, place, animal, food, thing. I love that game. Like when we have a full house at home, it's my favorite. It's can be rowdy, but it's fun, Then you have that oversabi cousin that's always coming up with names that don't exist. They say K for kono kana kobia. It will argue with you. It's in the dictionary. It's in the dictionary, So you always have that, So I'm going to say an alphabet and then we're going to go. I'm going to give you 60 seconds only to fill up name, place, animal, food, thing, then total. So your neighbor is going to mark. All right? Let me set my alarm. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Are we ready? Letter O. Let's go. Letter O. Okay. Let's go. 15 seconds. If you're done, just put your pencil up. See, that's one of those cousins. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pencils up. Okay, now please swap your papers. Swap your paper with your neighbor. Swap your paper. Swap your paper. Swap your paper. Okay, letter O. All right, letter O. Name. What are the names that you have on this table? Name. Name. Olufumi. Let's go. What names do you have here? Sholake. Oh, okay. Oh, let's see. Let's see. What name? Ona. Good. Omar. Okay. Omar is 5. If you have a same name, that's 5 marks. Only original names, Ghana, 10 marks. What names do you have here? Let's see what names you have. What names do you have here? Ononuga. Wow, nice. Omotola. Okay. All right. Place. Place, Ontario. Ontario, Ondo. I see Ondo. Good. What's that? Place, Ogun. All right, good. What places do you have here? Oyo. Omotola, Oyo. Place, Owerri. Good. Owerri, what name do you have here? Onome, Ondo, 5. Okay, Ondo, Oyo, 5. Oregon. Yes, good names. All right. Name is animal. I don't want to see Obo. Nobody should write Obo. I don't want to see Obo. Please. Oh, for what? Okay, orangutan, good. What animals do you have there? Owl, good, good. What animals do you have here? Owl. Okay, owl is 5. Pardon? Hey, yeah. Hey, orangutan, orangutan, good, good, good. All right, name this animal. Food, food. Eh? Ogbono, ogbono. Orange. Okay. Oatmeal, okra, good. What do you have here? Okay, ororo. This table. Pardon? Okpa, good, yes. Okpa, yes, good, good, good. And thing? I don't name animal food. Thing. What do you have? Oh, really? Oak tree. Okay, thing. Oak tree. What do you have here? Pardon? Orbit. Oh, wow. Eh? Oil. Hey. Ornaments. Good. What do you have here? An O thing. Oak tree. Oh, wow. Somebody wrote oak tree as well. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Good job. Good job. Fantastic. All right. I love it. Let me see what you have on this table. What do you have on this table? Thing. Thing. Oh, nothing. Okay. Oxen. Okay. Let me see what you have here. Ornament. Good. What do you have? What do you have? Thing. Nothing. Thing. Nothing. Okay. What do you have here? Just oak. Oh, great. Pardon? Opener. Nice. Very nice. Opener. I love it. Okay. All right. That was good. Well done, everybody. Thank you very much for playing, for being such good sports. So when next your family is around, so make sure you play the game, have fun, bond. It's such a great bonding idea because, at the end of the day, everyone's happy, everyone's having fun. Okay, all right, so where's Ayobami? Let me know. Okay, all right, so actually, let me ask real quickly. All right, so our first panel session, we're just waiting for one speaker and then we'll carry on very quickly. We don't want to take too much time today because we want to dedicate a lot of time to the networking, to the refreshments, so you can just have a really cool start to your weekend. All right, so we're just waiting for one speaker. But the panel session is titled Harnessing Technology to Address Gender Issues Inequality. Harnessing Technology to Address Gender Issues Inequality. All right, so while we wait for our last speaker, we'll invite forward the moderator and the speakers that are present here. All right, so I want to know, because I'm very big on names. So my first panelist, do you know where can you just point where she is? Ayobami, the first lady I'm supposed to know, is she here? Where is she? Because I want to be sure I pronounce your name very well. Where are our speakers? Where are our speakers sitting? Where are our speakers? If you know you're one of our speakers, let me just see your hand up. Okay, I want to know this first speaker here. Where is she? Otasowie. She's not here. Oh, really? Okay. All right, great. So I'll just announce for those who are here. I want you to know, where is she? Is she here? Where? Okay. I just don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you. How do I pronounce it? Good. Otasowie. Ena-Umweni. Yeah? Okay, great. I'm very big on making sure I pronounce people's names. I might still just, trip and fall a bit, but please, just pardon me. Thank you so much. All right, so our first speaker, who will be coming up stage and taking her seat, is a technology leader known for driving innovative concepts and policies to drive enhanced productivity and profitability. With an MBA background complemented with over 2 decades of experience in the telecoms industry, she brings a wealth of expertise in team leadership, strategic alignment, enterprise architecture, business analysis, solution design, and agile practices. Currently serving as Senior Manager, Delivery, UX, and Automation at MTN Nigeria, Otasowie leads teams in delivering business and technology initiatives with a focus on agile methodologies, improved customer experience, and operational efficiency through automation. As a passionate advocate for youth development, Otasowie is dedicated to fostering a future generation empowered by limitless opportunities. Serving as a mentor, she inspires and motivates aspiring professionals to claim their rightful place at the forefront of any industry. Ladies and some of the gentlemen with us today, I want you to put your hands together as she comes forward. Otasowie Ena-Umweni. Please keep clapping her as she comes forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're welcome. Please come on stage. It is good to have you here today. All right. Also joining her upstage today is a prolific business leader who has spent the last 5 years growing a series of businesses in financial services, hospitality, and catering, chief of which is Sycamore, a technology-enabled financial services platform dedicated to democratizing access to credit and driving the growth and prosperity of SMEs and individuals in Nigeria. In her role as Chief Commercial Officer, CCO at Sycamore, Onyinye spearheads the company's commercial and go-to market strategies, expanding the services across all the geopolitical zones of Nigeria. Sycamore is poised to continue transforming the landscape of access to credit beyond Nigeria, fostering economic empowerment and growth for both the formal and informal markets in Africa and the West. Let me jump. All right, because I mean, she's another powerful lady. When she's not working, she spends her time exploring new cities, learning to lady style in Kizomba, and documenting her unique experiences as an African millennial executive via Red Nails in the Boardroom, her YouTube channel. She would like to be remembered as a business mogul who spent her life exemplifying the possibilities that abound to young women. Wow, another powerful woman coming up stage. Please welcome Chief Commercial Officer, Sycamore, Onyinye Okonji. You are welcome. Thank you very much. Now it's time to bring our moderator who's going to be navigating this session in an amazing way. Now, she's a marketing and communications lead. She's the marketing and communications lead at Nestcoin. Toyin Jolapamo has 10 years of experience in communications, marketing, and branding. She currently leads marketing and communications at Nestcoin, a Web3 startup. Before Nestcoin, she led digital communications at Nwodo PLC, Nigeria's largest indigenous energy company. She was previously a producer and in-house creator at Adani TV, a web-based channel owned by GT Bank, where she created written and video content focused on telling African stories. Now, over the years, Toyin has supported brands across the energy, technology, fashion, and entertaining industries in developing and implementing effective communications strategies to build brand equity. Toyin is also the founder of Humans Before Tech, a platform for curious and open-minded individuals to discuss how to build a future where technology enhances the human experience rather than progressing in inhumane directions. Toyin holds a law and social anthropology degree from the London School of Economics and Political Science and has marketing and certifications from the American Marketing Association and the University of Arts, London. Wow, talk about a diverse queen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Toyin, Liza, Jolapamo. You're welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, we have our last speaker here. Fantastic. Just in time. Let me very much welcome our final speaker who will be coming up today. She's an accomplished professional who has worked in the financial service industry for more than 10 years in a variety of roles, including strategy, product development, product management, sales, and relationship management. She graduated from Babcock University with a Bachelor of Science in Economics and is an affiliate of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Currently employed with Women World Banking, Olajumoke serves as a specialist advisory services Africa. Her career has been defined by her dedication to advancing financial inclusion as she actively provides solutions to close gaps and increase accessibility to financial services, particularly to women. Please help me welcome her upstage warmly, Olajumoke Daramola. She's a specialist in advisory services, Africa, Women's World Banking. You are welcome. Thank you very much for coming and being a part of this panel session. I will hand you the mic, our moderator. Oh, you have a mic? Okay, so I'll get them to share. Okay, I think we'll be good. Let me hand this. Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies, and the allies that we have amongst us. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you to Women in Tech Nigeria for putting this together. I love spaces created by women for women. And so really, thank you to everyone for being here today. And again, thank you so much to the organizers. We've been introduced, so I'm not going to go into a set of introductions. What we're going to do is we're going to spend 30 minutes on a moderated Q&A, and then we will have 10 minutes where we'll take questions from the audience. And before that, I'm meant to put you on the spot, Olajumoke. So I think before we started the session, I spoke to Otas, and I said, tell me one interesting thing about yourself that nobody knows. And she said, everyone thinks I'm too serious, but I'm actually not. I'm a joker, and I hope that comes through in the panel. And I asked Onyinye as well, and she said she's an explorer. She loves to travel, and she loves food. So you have to top it. Because I didn't get to speak to you beforehand. Here you are on the spot. Tell me one interesting thing about you before we get started.
Okay, it might be weird, but to me, cooking is therapeutic. If I'm angry, I cook. If I'm happy, I cook. so it's very therapeutic for me. I know some people see cooking as a chore. I actually love it. Yes, I love it. I don't even need help. Yeah.
Amazing. I hope you're adopting millennials because I'm ready to move in. Also, before we get started, I saw someone bring their toddler in here. And I just want to say shout out to you for starting them out early. Toddlers in tech, shout out to you. Okay, so as we know, technology is changing our lives in unprecedented ways. And it's become an indispensable tool in solving a lot of issues, society's most pressing challenges. And I think we can all agree that gender inequality is probably one of society's most pressing challenges. We like to make it sound like it's an issue that affects women, but it's an issue that affects everyone, right? And so today we're just going to be talking about how we can use technology to bridge this gender gap. And I have these amazing women with me that have been introduced. Really honored to be moderating this panel and to be in the presence of you guys. I think we'll start with a foundational problem, which is really the fact that there are a lot of gender norms and attitudes, especially in this part of the world. We have very deeply entrenched cultural and religious beliefs and biases, if I can call them that. And I think in addressing a gender divide, that will be the natural first place to start. How do we start to reorientate people's minds, and how do we start to get people to think differently about the role of women? And I was wondering how you guys think that technology can serve as a catalyst for this. I want everyone to answer this question, so I guess we'll start with Otas, and we'll work our way in.
Okay, so looking at it, right, from what you've said, there are different ways we can actually use technology to bridge this gap. And one of such ways is actually in the educational sector, where you have what technology does for you is that you're able to access content, right, anywhere in the world. The world is not like a global village. One other way you can use it is actually having educational platforms. And when those educational platforms are being designed, it should not just be designed without including, right, women in it. Some platforms, you go there, you see they are kind of very masculine, not in the look and feel, but in the way you navigate the site or the application. But technology can actually be used, right? When you create this educational platform, you make it fun, you make it enabling, you make it somewhere that a woman can easily navigate, find the content, and use it to learn. One of the ways in which technology can also help is actually creating communities online where women are able to speak to each other, foster and encourage and support each other. Because one thing I see is that I don't think we support ourselves enough. But with platforms, you really don't have to physically see the person. Where you have virtual communities you feel comfortable in which you know that you can get the right support that you need at any stage of your life. right, without knowing that person or physically being there is very good. We have people watching online today. So they are able to be part of this program, not just by being physically here, but they are also learning. We should have such platforms and communities. And I think that when such platforms and communities are, we should encourage each other to register, join those communities, and ask for support. And you'll be amazed at the kind of support you're going to get from those platforms. I think one of the ladies in the video for the Women in Tech said, going to I can't remember the program, yes, that was the best decision she made in her life. So imagine if there was no technology to have enabled her to sign up. How would she have been able to get the right skills or continue on her dream on what she wanted to do? So for me, technology has come to stay, and we should be able to embrace it in all facets of our lives.
Thank you very much for that. I especially like what you said about communities. And I do have a follow-up question for you, but I'll let Onyinye go first, and then we'll take it after.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your question. I think that beyond just even addressing... Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Beyond just addressing the norms and traditional stereotypes that we have, technology helps us to reshape attitudes, right? Otas has talked about building on communities such as, give an example, Dan, for instance, online, right? She's collating a lot of women who are sharing their perspectives, sharing their stories, talking about what affects them as women online for other women to be able to interact with. And that leads to collective action. I think that some of the other things that we can do is showcasing successful women who have towed the path, right? There are women on this stage I'm humbled to be part of who have done such amazing things in their field of endeavor, right? Putting their stories up there to show that it is possible, right? Representation matters a lot. I think that that's something that we can start to do from like today to be able to help to change the narrative for women going forward.
Thank you for that, Amy.
Okay, Onyinye and Otas have spoken so well about it. And one thing I always tell myself, what is culture? What are norms? I think in primary school, they say culture is the way of life. But how do you know about it? Somebody told you. You understand, from your mom or your grandma, our great-grandma, and it got passed on and passed on. But what technology has done, it has made the world smaller. Like, it makes you see that you're not alone. Even if someone is not physically there with you, you can relate to someone else's story. When you mentioned the Dan community, there are certain things that would happen to you, and you think, which is what happened in the times of our mothers, they were isolated. But technology has made the world so much smaller, and it has also helped in helping us dream and aspire. We talked about virtual conferences, we talked about communities, even learning. You understand, people, there are online schools, online platforms, Coursera, all those, it just made it small. And the fact that you can get to hear a woman's story in an obscure place, all the way from the comfort of your house, you can resonate, you can aspire, you can dream. I remember when I was transiting in my career, I didn't leave the comfort of my house. I just had someone, oh, you can take this course, you can do this. And I did it. And I believe technology is so much more. It gives you the ability to dream. And the moment you are able to dream, that's it. As in, it's like, you see people, like, I'm so proud, like, women in tech. Like, I'm sure, let's go back 5 years, 10 years, we probably won't fill this room. But somebody had the vision. If I can speak about it, I'm there. Every other person can join, every other person. And gradually, the community will continue to grow, giving an opportunity for every other person to challenge the status quo. That is what technology does, and that is how I see technology, the opportunity to dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This means I don't have to ask my follow-up question because you guys because you guys have covered it, which saves us time, so that's perfect. I think for me, the next question is the next big thing, right? Economic empowerment, because we talk about changing gender norms, but we know that one of the biggest challenges and barriers to women being able to achieve the things that they want to achieve is that lack of economic empowerment. And I want Olajumoke to first touch on how you think technology can help empower women, and then we'll just take like a thought from Onyinye as well.
Okay. I think technology plays a big role in women empowerment, and I'll take it from digital literacy. So in my field, what I do every day is financial inclusion, which covers financial literacy. But what is financial literacy without digital literacy? You understand? And in the past week, I've been in several conferences reiterating the need for us to build digital platform for the last mile. How many, and when I'm talking because of my background in finance, so usually I'll use banks and all those things as examples. How many banks can get to the obscure, as in there are places I've not even heard of. Brick and mortar banking can't cut it anymore because where's the manpower to get that far? What would make us reach this woman in some tiny village in Borno, in KB? It's technology. But when they are able to get that kind of opportunity, it starts to expand. You understand? They know they're digitally literate, they're financially literate. That can then stimulate economic activities. You understand? You know that, okay, I can sell this thing. I don't need to have a big space. I can leverage on my community. She knows, okay, I don't need to hold my cash. I just need it to dial a code. You understand? I can use it to pay. I can leverage on the agency networks, POS terminals. I don't need a physical building before I can take on my transactions. Then another thing is, do we have enough products for these women? Products that speaks to their needs, that will stimulate activity. So the first thing is to allow them start small businesses, and they start that business from small. When they start, it starts to grow. They have to put the money somewhere. You understand? We have to create, so the more literate they get. And the thing about it is that when you train one person, the person brings on more people. You understand? So women empowerment and digital literacy and financial literacy, they really do go hand in hand. And I think digital literacy is the first step. When we get that right, then it will spur economic activities, and that spurs empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Onyinye?
Okay, I think Olajumoke has really touched on most of the meat of it, right? In terms of spurring on women for to embrace technology for economic inclusion, I think that, just give examples, right? So, if I give you an example of these weaves that we have now, just very tiny idea, right? Most of the cuts that we have, they are called Kimke. Why?
Because one person did it.
Because one person did it, and she did it over time, and she was very visible, and she's everywhere, right? So what does that mean? It means that with visibility, you can get some money in your pocket if you know how to harness it very well. Technology is such a great leveler that you can take on this role and do this same type of business, and you make the money. You don't have to have any kind of experience in quotes that is so out of your reach, right? The same technology gives you the access to information to be able to learn new things on the go. You do not have to be in a physical classroom to be able to learn, to be able to then empower yourself. There are women that are taking on businesses on Facebook Marketplace, on Jumia, on IG. They're selling to you to even bring them into having mobile wallets and things. Some people are, oh, you must have a CSC. It's not necessary. These women are empowering themselves. They are actually doing business, the business that is the bedrock of Nigeria's economy, right? So I think that it is from your little corner that you are able to really ensure that women empowerment it becomes a big thing. Don't look at it like, oh, economic empowerment. What is this? No. How do I put food on my table today from my corner? Oh, I'm doing this 9 to 5, and maybe the 9 to 5 is not sustaining me. I want to do a PP, right?
Side hustle.
Side hustle, right? Today you can start a side hustle. Just put pictures up on Instagram. I'm selling, drop shipping. All of those things are you embracing technology for economic empowerment. It doesn't have to be the big things. Yes, it can be the big things too. So what I'm trying to paint is a picture of starting small in your corner and being able to embrace technology. For the women that are in Bono, in the last mile, these women, okay, let's talk about what something that Sholape's company does, right? HerVest. Empowering women in the hinterlands with monies that are gotten from the urban areas. Technology has leveled the playing field for across Nigeria now. So it's so accessible now because of what technology has done for us, right? So we would be, remiss if we don't acknowledge the fact that if you empower a woman, you've empowered the whole community. Because that woman will be representative to her neighbor. That if this woman can do it, me too, I can do it, right? Right? What's she doing? She's doing like, oh, let's do it too, right? She's empowering her children. She's sending her children to school, right? She's empowering the entire economy, because if commerce starts in that economy, it is empowering for it, right? So women in technology, I think, are the best things that have happened to to our own economy, and I think that we should definitely encourage women in our small corners.
Thank you very much for that. I really love that, the ability to do small things, well, big things from small places. And I think what you touched on, Olajumoke, is something that I think about a lot when you talked about literacy. And I think it goes beyond actually, educating people to be literate. There's also the aspect of, so personally, I really like money. It's like a thing that I just like. And, exactly, your thing is who doesn't? But like my like for money means that I'm the kind of person that's online every day learning something about how to grow my money. Outside of a side hustle, for me, it's okay, what are we investing in today? What's happening in the crypto world? Let's invest in that. What's happening in the world of stocks? Let's invest in that. Who is doing a small business that I can put money into? And those are things that I find that we don't really encourage with women. There's this, if I have a lot of male friends who are the ones that talk to me about money, investment, and all of that. And with women, we don't really do that. I think there's a tendency to shy away from that. But it's like, if we don't talk about it, how do we grow it? How do we empower ourselves? And I was just wondering if you guys have any thoughts on how we can really use technology to create this education around money for women.
Okay, what I've seen, and this is research, women are more risk averse. You understand? It's not that they don't want to do it. Someone said something in one of the groups I'm in, and it was like, because we overthink. You understand? So when we overthink it, but to address your question, that's how do we create opportunity for women to know that they can do this? There are so many communities. There's so many communities that I've seen that all they do is pull women together, and jointly they teach them. I think there's financial Jennifer or something. I'm not sure. Yeah. I know she has a community. Then there's one other one I saw, side hustle boss also. She's also a woman, and what she does is that she brings people together and they put small money, as low as 20,000, and they own a building. Oh, wow. Yeah. So they will own like a old building, and somebody owns like a small room, a small shop. So when we have more people doing things like this, and you don't even need to do it with a stranger, all you need is 6 on this table, like minds. What do we want to achieve? Okay, we all want to own a building by this. You don't even need to be physically present in the same place. This is what technology helps. The information is out there. How to this, just type it on Google. Different ideas will come, and we experiment. So I think technology has provided a platform. It's how we use it that now remains. Are we ready to take that risk? I'm also very risk shy. I will think till it has moved. But but I'm just saying that we can do better. The tools are available, you understand, but the tools won't use themselves. Let's use this. Then I also want to use the opportunity to maybe fintechs, because they're the ones that are more agile. When it comes to product development, or solution development, they should also take into consideration the digital literacy level or maturity of the intended parties. So maybe we should have more simplified approaches in explaining stock, explaining crypto. So someone like me now, I will not go near it. So maybe if I see somebody that says, okay, this is beginner's class, this is the surest one you can do, then there is intermediate. No, I'm just saying, like things like that would help women. Because you can't just, the information is out there, but maybe there is crypto for dummies. Probably
there needs
exists.
to be that.
Yes,
Agreed.
Yes. So all those kind of things. So it's 1 + 1 = 2 before we go to AP and G, arithmetic progression. Yeah. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you for that. Onyinye and Otas, do you guys have anything to add really quickly?
Okay, Olajumoke again has covered everything. I think it starts from the way we're socialized as children, right? We are built to be risk averse as women. Women are more nurturing, so take a doll, play with a doll instead of playing with mechanical parts of a car that you can learn how to put things together. Women are when you're learning STEM and engineering and things like that, if you go into a class, it is men that dominate those classes. Whereas it is just intellectual capability, right? It has nothing to do with your gender. So if we encourage more women from even primary school to say, that math, you can do it too. The boy that is learning it is not different from you, right? Encouraging girls to know that Excel sheet is not difficult, it's not gender-based. You can actually learn how to manipulate it the same way. With those kind of communication to women, I think that we'll be better with embracing risk, better with embracing things that we're looking at as, men, that these are for men and then some certain things are for women, right? I think that I was just going to add that.
Thank you.
So it's as basic as how we bring up in our families and our homes. So at home, I have 2 boys, right? And by default, when something is wrong with a car, they don't come to me or anything about a car or electric car. They go to their dad. And I say, do you think I cannot do it? Your daddy went to school, I went to school. He's a graduate, I'm a graduate. Why do you think I cannot do it? It's as basic as that. So in their minds, it's been formed that a woman is this, a man is this. But I tell them, no. In your classes, you have girls also. Some of times, the girls beat you guys. So if you were so up there, why are the girls beating you? It's that as basic as us going to that level in actually trying to shape our kids, either male or female. You just need to have the intellectual capability and you'll be fine, right? So we should make it ingrained. We should not just think it's going to be in the school or at work that you're going to get this whole thing sorted. No, it has to be a way of life for us going forward. And that's the way we are going to have also the males, right? We have some of them in the room, actually supporting and being an ally to us, right, in our careers as we go. You enter some places, I think someone said she was the only female at the top. I can imagine in a room full of guys, you are the only one. You don't have that allyship with you. It's sometimes daunting. But really and truly, if we're able to promote ourselves and from the very basic level, you will see more women getting to the top of their careers and you start feeling comfortable when you're in the room.
Thank you very much for that. So we've talked quite a bit about how, if women have access to technology, there are things that they can do, they can change their lives, they can learn, empower themselves economically. And it's interesting because this tool that will help us is also something that we don't have equal access to. So according to the UN, globally, 259 million fewer women than men have access to internet. And you spoke about, these remote areas that women are, and, especially in this part of the world, less and less women will have access to technology and have access to internet. If we say that this tool can help us solve the problem, then how are we ensuring that we are, using the tool to create access, to bridge the divide, essentially, and create more access for women? And Otas, I was hoping that you'd be able to start us off with this question.
Okay, so you're right. So if I take Jumoke's Bono example, we have women in the interlands, right? And they don't have access to the internet. But we all know that with the telecommunication industry right now, they are everywhere. There's nowhere you go in Nigeria that you will not get at least one network working in that area. But the next thing that now comes to mind is, how do they get the device to actually connect and make use of such services? You don't really need to have money to get an expensive device. So you can actually get what we call those very low-end phones, right, and use USSD commands to actually access some basic form of information. It's not going to give you a lot, don't get me wrong, unlike a smartphone. But there are even low-end smartphones these days, right, where you can also use. But if you start with those very low-end phones, if you notice now, even WhatsApp, Telegram, they work on those extremely low-end phones. It's basic. You might not be able to get videos, but you can see pictures, and you can get text. You're able to have access to textual information. So that's one way technology is also helping to get to such people. Some other way is, let's look at our educational system, even in those remote areas. How are they being taught STEM-related courses? Are they taught in a way that you break it down, like I think Jumoke said, have something like Crypto for Dummies? Is their educational system broken down to that minute level where everyone understands? That's another key area that it can actually help in bridging this gender divide that we see. One other way that technology can also aid us in that is, even if they don't have access to these tools, but if there's like a central place in their local communities where daily 1 hour a day or 2 hours a day, where someone that has the financial without is able to actually project in their community also that they have in those interlands, project and say, okay, this is, you want to research or you want to learn something, you come here, you learn, and you go. So those are kind of opportunities that we really need to see more people, right, in the interlands bring up for, bring access to such people so that they are able to actually still get the benefits, right, of what the internet offers. That way you are bridging the gap. You're not going to actually satisfy everything, but you're actually trying to bridge the gap and bring more people into the field. And you find that from there, young kids, primary school, starts getting very interested in technology at a very, once we catch them young, we're made, honestly. So those are kind of ways, not just looking at the government all the time, but what can we do as individuals in those interlands to actually bridge this gap? I know Women in Tech has done like over 2,000 STEM students have actually been educated. So we need to do more of that. Honestly, we really need to, not just Women in Tech, everywhere we go, individuals, we can all come together and say, okay, how can we, after, as you said, we'll network and all that, how can we come together and say, okay, we just want to go somewhere and actually give back to the society? That's going to be very helpful in bridging this digital divide.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I like what you said about catching them young. That's definitely one of the bigger solutions. Do you have anything you want to add, Onyinye?
Yeah. So I think you've really mentioned from the responsibility side for individuals and corporates, but I think that government still has a responsibility in terms of even how you tax these devices that are accessible to these women, right? You want to be able to provide subsidized taxes for people to be able to access these devices, devices, right? And then back to corporates, you have the responsibility to be able to, even subsidize the data access plans, right? For those areas where if we're focused on actually bringing them up to speed or closing the digital divide, then want to be able to encourage it from all ramifications, from the educational point of view, from policy making and taxation, from even the corporates that are doing CSR, right? Want to be able to encourage people to set up those hubs where people can convene and access the internet, for however long during the day, just so that they are actually at par and we're seen to be doing the right thing by these women in this hinterlands. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you want to add something, or should we?
Yeah, they've said almost everything. I don't have anything to add, but I'm just going to reiterate the need for policy. And I know the government has been, we might not know all these things because we are in the urban areas. They are not things that concern us as such. But there's this a lot of things around getting internet to the hinterland. But another thing I would like to say, which Onyinye already mentioned, is on CSR. Sometimes CSR is more than rice. It's more than the jamboree, you understand? If we can have more companies doing CSR along the line, and they see it as an investment, because if you put it in place, after round one, they understand it, they like it. They are able to pay for round two themselves. You understand? If you subsidize data, they see what they can get. Subsequently, they start to buy themselves because it's like a value-added service to them. And when something gives value, you don't need to persuade them as much. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a question, but we've run out of time, so I'll just do one last question for everyone, which is just around what do you think each and every one of us can start to think about today as we leave here? What can we start to think about? And how can we start to use technology in our own lives to bridge the gender gap? I don't know who wants to start with this, but it looks like Otas seemed ready.
Okay, so one thing I would really like us to think about today is that if we can do it, you can do it. Anyone can do it. It's not really about just, it's difficult, it's hard. There's nothing hard about anything. Once you set your mind to do it, you can achieve it and you can do it. And something else that we also need to take is we need to have more voices in the room speaking for us when we are not there. For me, that is extremely critical, really, honestly, because how many places can we all be at the same time? But if you have one woman there, she will be our voice in such surroundings, such organizations, and such places.
Thank you very much.
Okay, speaking as the one woman, as female co-founder at Sycamore, some of the things that we've done is, even in our recruitment, we've been very intentional about bringing women up to speed. So one of the things that we did when we were trying to build our tech team was we decided very clearly that we wanted women on the team. Because when you have women, there's just a certain difference that we bring to the table, right?
It's because you're there. Absolutely. So you're the one woman speaking for all of us.
Funny enough, I have to shout out to my team, right? They're he for she's allies, right? They're not here, but it's not just me. It makes the conversation easier when you have allies in the room, right? So one of the things that we did was we went and collaborated with Tech for Dev. Tech for Dev is a female forward, they're grooming women in tech and tech coding and non-coding roles, right? And we decided that, look, we need women in our tech team. So bring these women that you have trained. And today I'm proud that our head of back-end engineering is a woman. And I'm always like hailing her because back-end engineering is the real coding. Yeah. Do you understand? There are other roles that in tech that you can take on. You don't have to be a coder. All tech sales, things like that. These are roles in tech that women can take on, right? So as someone that has the responsibility towards other women, this is some of the things that we've done in HR policies, right? When you're even putting out roles for new the JD for new roles, Jolapamo has confirmed to us that women are more risk averse, right? So if it doesn't seem or sound like a woman role, we will not apply. Meanwhile, if you are saying that, for instance, let me just give a very dumb instance. You are looking for waitress, men will apply for. Waitress, so men will apply. So what does it tell us? It tells us that as people that are responsible for bringing on other people into the business, we need to be careful with the kind of even words, how we word the JDs. You want to say, use more gender-neutral roles, words, so that women will be encouraged. We want to be able to bring women. That's the goal, right? So if we have policies that make it important to include women in the business, then we'll see more women. We'll see more women taking roles in leadership. It's not just in the lower cadre, because we see a lot of women there. But when it comes to rising up the ranks, rising through the ranks, women are falling off. When it comes to the people that really speak to power in an organization, more men. So if we are very intentional about our recruitment, intentional about promotion, intentional about allocating projects and things like that to women, to encourage them to take on more responsibility, tech or no tech, right? Then we are seeing more representation. In seeing more representation, we are seeing women being bold enough to be able to say, okay, if she can do it, I can as well, right? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's important. All of us really being advocates in every sphere that we find ourselves. And this is even to people who are in junior roles, right? You may think it's not an important thing, but something that as Onyinye mentioned, you should think about is, how can I advocate? Is it that I feel like my company is too male dominated, so I'm going to advocate for us to employ more women, or to make sure that, like she said, talking to HR, making sure that the way that we put out certain roles invites women. I think we can always do something. It doesn't matter where you are. There's always something to be done, and we definitely need to think about it like that. Shumake?
Okay, at Women's World Banking, we have a saying that when you design for men, you exclude women. When you design for women, you include men. So, Osas and Onyinye, they've said almost everything. So I'm just going to say that at Women's World Banking, we use something called the Women-Centered Design process. And that process has the women at the core of our design. So to the developers in here, the UI, UX, I'm not saying you should make your product pink. You understand? That is not it. But what I'm saying is, have the woman that you're focusing at the core. Like just have the woman at the core. So when you're designing, it's clear. Because most companies will say they are gender neutral. When you say gender neutral, no, you're gender biased. Like not like gender neutral. You understand? So we have to apply gender lens to everything that we do. Let's focus on women. And when I say focus on women, I'm not asking you to exclude men. But when you design for the woman, the man also takes part. And this is what we've been preaching as an organization. And Onyinye said it. She said, if you put out an advert, and that is just an advert for a waitress, a man will apply. Do you know why? Because they are not seeing all those things. You understand?
It's the audacity.
Yes, but when you design for a woman, and I'll give you a typical example. We're testing a product. It was a simple text message. If you take up this product, or if you want it, press 1 for this, press 2 for this, press 3 for this. In the test, the men did not come back to ask questions. The women were stuck on press 1 for this, press 2 for this, press 3. And I asked her that, Ma, what? She said, do you mean if I should press, I'll press 1, 2, 3? She said the options were too many. She's confused. That if you want to give me one thing, just say this is it. That why do I have to say, okay, you understand? So sometimes it's how we word it, how we say it. So I'm just going to say, have the woman at the core. If the person you're designing for is a woman, you get men too. So don't be scared. But you get more women. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to take some questions from the audience. So if you want to ask a question, please, you can just put your hand up. And when we call you, you just let us know your name, what you do, and who your question is directed at. So we have...
Hello? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Temilolo Ogunleye. I'm a quality assurance engineer. Okay, so mine isn't really a question, but like a suggestion. So what I'm saying is when they put out adverts and it seems like it's for men, please, as women, can we just take the bold step to apply for it? Let's try to go the extra mile. So going with that example of saying, oh, they said press 1, press 2, press 3. A man will do the 3. A woman too can do the 3. So I'm thinking that as ladies, let's please put our best foot forward. Let's always try to grab opportunities, take opportunities. Even if they say, okay, this is a male-dominated area, let's try to do it. Let's push ourselves out, and then we'll do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Just to add to that, my friends and I have a saying. We say have the audacity of a white man. Because those men will go after any and everything. I spend time watching pitches, tech pitches, people raising money, and they pitch and you have no idea what they've said. And they're like, yeah, but I want to raise $20 million. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't know what you said. How are you going to raise the $20 million? But somebody's going to give it to them, right? And so that's the audacity that we need to all imbibe. So thank you so much for that. We appreciate your contribution.
Absolutely. Oh, we've got somebody else here?
Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ngozi. So my question is an offshoot from a statement by Onyinye.
Sorry, do you mind just speaking closer to the mic?
My question is an offshoot from what Onyinye said. She said she has noticed that women at higher levels in their career tend to drop. Like you find most men up there. And I've also noticed it because while we're in school, you see more women excelling, growing, doing better. In short, in activities, women are even in the forefront. And as time goes on, as we age and as we go higher in our careers, we tend to not move at the same speed, at the same rate as the men do. And I've realized that this happens because we have other things that take up our time, especially nurturing the home, raising children. And I think there's a space for having such conversations, especially in the workplace. There's something that every speaker has said, which is having a female representative wherever we are, who speaks on our behalf. So I think as women, especially women leaders who are at the top, I'm not saying that we should make excuses for our fellow women when we don't do as great as these men do. But I'm saying that we need to have voices in those spaces that would speak on the behalf of women when we find our fellow women struggling, or have like a lending a hand that these women can hold on to and say, okay, this person is instrumental to my growth and development in my career. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Really quickly, just to the people that are joining us online, we're also going to take some questions from YouTube. So if you have any question, please just drop it and we'll address it. But till then, does anyone else have questions?
Thank you very much. My name is Rachel Motoi. I'm a social media manager and freelancer. My question goes towards from the moderator. What do you think we can start to think about with technology? So my question goes this way. There is no case saying that opportunities are locked up everywhere. But how can we access these opportunities? For me now, I've been a tech enthusiast, passionate about tech, but how can I have access to these opportunities, like communities or the right people to connect to? Or for instance, if we want to intern now, though, like we must have 2 to 5 years, 5 years of experience, of which I don't have. So how can we have access to these opportunities as a tech enthusiast? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Did you say your name was Ngozi?
Rachel.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. Rachel. I usually say this: a closed mouth is a closed destiny. And while I was talking, I mentioned that I wanted to change my career. And I just said it. My husband has been in tech for the longest of time. And I said, I want this soft life. You understand? So for 2 years, you understand, I improved upon myself. And I had something called Audacity. There was no way I did not apply to. You understand? Okay, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to do product management. You understand? And I'm going to tell you this because one of those days, in my previous organization, I was just, I signed up for Women in Development something program, I can't remember. And I was just talking on the desk that I needed to move roles. She said, okay, what have I done? I said, I don't have experience in product management though. But I've taken this course, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. I have book knowledge, let me just put it like that. Then she says, oh, this guy in this team is recruiting for a product manager for microfinance banks and other financial institutions. I said, can you speak to him for me? She said, no, you don't even need to speak to him. That send me your CV, and this is within my organization, and I would let him know you come and see him. I don't have product. The only thing I've done is online courses. You understand? It's only certification I've done, and this is me that I've done banking for a long time. So you know that knowledge is on time. And I have a mentor, and she said that Jumoke, no knowledge is lost. It's how you apply it. You'll be surprised at what you know. So that day, I wore my high heel shoes, sharp. I went to go and meet this man and play like Joe. He gave me the job. I interviewed through the normal process. Let me just get it to you. But one thing I realized is that, do you know sometimes the person interviewing you might not even know? Might not know. You understand? All you need is the audacity. But the point is, a closed mouth is a closed destiny. They said they want 2 to 5 years experience. Apply. You understand? The moment you get through the first stage, is it interview? You know these things. You are prepared. And that's, what's that thing? Preparation?
If you fail to...
Yes. I was ready. You understand? And I kept telling everybody that wanted to... That 2 years, for the span of 2 years, everything that was on my lips is that I wanted to change roles. And I changed within my organization. And that was the catalyst to where I am today. So don't be scared. You understand? Ask anybody in this room. Do you know how many people? The next person to your greatness might be 2 seats away from you. Have you told her that you're looking for a social media influencing or so? Tell her. I told everybody that was willing to learn, I'm looking for this thing, and I applied. You need to see my mailbox. When you just said, I'm sorry that I'll say apply again. Do you understand? But it wasn't the ones I applied for that called me back. It was just one person. You understand? So tell everybody in the room, help me. Thank you.
Please help her. Thank you very much for that. Did you want to add something?
Okay.
See, just take Jumoke's advice, right? But also on social media. See, Instagram is free. Facebook is free. Put it there too. I am this person, looking to get this role and this role. There's one of my colleagues who was doing UI UX at some point, right? This babe maybe just came out of one of these online schools, and we were, she was learning on the job. She did this challenge where she did 100 days. You know her? She basically, everything she did every day, she put it on Twitter. And by the 100th day, see people hailing her like if she went to America to play chess. Do you understand? Because she had the audacity to put out her work. Yeah. Do you get? Your work is good. Talk about it. Do the social media for the people that are doing that. Come and put it on your page. I did. Sell your own market. Toot your horn. There's nobody that's going to do it as good as you. You're waiting for somebody else to call you. Call yourself. Do you understand? There's nothing as good as you having the confidence to advocate for yourself in the first place. Because at the end of the day, you're the one that's still going to put your head and do that work, right? You need to have the confidence to be able to say, I have done it, I can do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we've got somebody else here. Questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Judith Ifoma. I'm a product designer. So I want to ask a question because I've noticed that severally. How do we resolve this issue of when there are some times that when you want to apply for a job, you see a field that says, are you married? Right? And I have a friend that I've experienced that as well. She was trying to apply for a job and they asked her if she's married. Like they asked in the field if the person is married or not. And we are also talking about inclusion in the whole thing. And you see that at the end of the day, because you are married, they feel like maybe you have a child, you have divided attention and all that. And because of this issue, you won't be able to get this job. So how do we resolve this issue?
Who wants to take this?
Okay, if Onyinye said something when Toyin said, what is one thing we all want to say to you? She said, we have to be deliberate about policy making. We have to be deliberate about our HR processes or recruitment processes or policies. Even if you see that and you are married, please write married. It still doesn't stop you because a man will still feel that thing and write married, right? And if you see these days, when you put gender, male, female, prefer not to say. If you know you're not so comfortable, select prefer not to stay, right? And still say I'm married. You think that is going to actually drop you off. It doesn't really drop you off. Some roles, maybe they're even thinking married people will be more stable and they will not be changing jobs up and down, stuff like that. You really don't know what the person's mindset was when he came up with that basic form. So what I just want to say is, irrespective of what you see on the form, always apply. The worst that can ever happen, it's when Jumoke said, she said she applied, and sometimes, no, you did not make it. That's the worst that can happen. And that is a no letter you get. But you'll be shocked the day you get a yes letter. So really don't think about married or not, or when they put gender and stuff like that. Don't really think about it, just apply for it. Because you're not in the person's mindset when the person was coming up with that form. That's one. Secondly, I don't know what's happening in the recruiting world. I'm not a recruiter like that. But one thing is that recruiters are not trying more and more these days to actually be no gender. They actually don't put genders or stuff like that anymore. And some of them, even if they put, when they are sending it to the hiring managers, you know what they do? They remove all the names, remove all the gender, every other thing that can identify whether you're a man or a woman, and just send the CVs to the hiring people, maybe the hiring companies, so that you can select. And that is actually even now paving the way for more women to get selected. Because what are they looking out for? They are looking for your competencies. So recruitment is changing little by little, but not as fast as we would like it. But don't forget, always apply.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Do you want to add something?
Yeah,
like 1 minute.
I think that in 30 seconds, she has said it. But you don't also want to work for a company that discriminates like that so blatantly, right? You really don't. If they are coming to you on the negative side and saying that, oh, because you're married, because you have young kids, because la la la, you really don't want to work, because it's an uphill battle for you to even do your work and do it and gain the merits that that came out of your work. So yeah.
There's a lady in HR here that wants to say something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't want to speak. I just wanted to sit and be absorbing, but I think I've been hearing so much about HR, so I'm HR. So my name is Ena-Umweni. I'm a medical laboratory scientist. I do business development and HR. I don't know how many of you have heard of ESG. Who has heard of ESG? That's a framework that most companies report. And I tell you, most companies are now trying to be gender friendly. Let me say female friendly. Let me be point blank. And part of the things that's going to be checked is how many women are employed in your company, how female and conducive is your company. Some even go out to check if you have a crèche for your young mothers. And that is being encouraged now for companies to have crèches and sites where they can have their babies. Let me tell you why. Let me flip a bit so that you understand, because we are looking at how to make the society better. When women have their children, and that goes to answer a question that somebody raised there, you take a time back to raise your children, right? But sometimes some people don't take that time back because the economy is bad. You want to get back to start earning money again, and then deny the child growing well. And we all suffer for it because you deny the child the immunity that he or she should get in the first 6 months by exclusive breastfeeding. And then secondly, the raising of the child to be good, because the formative age of a child is 2 to 4 years. And if you miss it at that time, that's it. Any other thing you are doing after then is an add-on, right? So companies, where am I driving to? Companies are actually getting to keeping it right. So please, when you are married, feel that you are married, because it could be just like she said, they are trying to take decisions. When we finish interviews, the next stage is decision taking. And these things help us to decide who are we taking or not. If you are that good and you are married, that company can, because of you, create that crèche, not to lose you. I know a client that had to pay for a staff crèche for the baby because she wanted to stop working. Why? Because the crèche for the baby was far from the workplace and it made her late to work. Because of that, the CEO paid for a crèche close to her office to keep her. So please stop hiding, because when I look at CVs, I laugh. You don't see age. You don't see married or not. You are killing yourself. It makes me to keep you aside. I want to make my work easy. So when I don't see all those things, I can't serve my clients. So please be truthful. And just like Onyinye said, you don't even want a company that is discriminating. So be truthful about who you are, say who you are, and allow the companies to do their job. And I can tell you that the companies are going better in taking people that have what it takes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last question in front.
One last question.
Here. Sorry, yeah, because unless the organizers are going to let us
we can only take one, but okay, can we? Oh, sorry. We can only take two.
Okay, two. There's one person here,
Sorry. Because I saw her first, and then I'll take the lady in the front. So let me just take... Sorry, I apologize, everyone. Hopefully, when we're networking, we can walk up to the host to answer questions.
Good morning, everyone.
My name is Priska Izewa. I'm actually here to shoot my shot. Okay, I'm a data analyst, and I started tech 2 years ago with a bootcamp called Africa Agility, and after that, I also I got an internship with a fintech company called Payfi, where I work as data scientist and also quality assurance person. So after that, I've also I enrolled with Women Tech Star Fellowship, the training, and today I'm with my CV. I don't know which person to actually give it to, but I said to myself that I'm here to shoot my shot. I actually want to work as a data analyst or scientist. Thank you.
All right, nice, nice. We love to see it. Okay. All right, so we have one last question from here. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. So, okay, my name is Blessing Obarigwa, and I'm a network engineer. This question has been something pressing. It's not like I don't have an answer to it, but I just want everyone's insight, right? How do we challenge, or should I say overcome stereotypes that some men have about some positions that are held by women? For example, they are like, if not for the whole inclusion stuff, I'm sure that if you had interviewed with other men, you wouldn't have gotten this position, or something like, this role is specifically for a female. So I bet that's why they didn't bother looking at other men that apply to this role. So how do we, like, apart from trying to be good at what you do and, you know, do your work well, try to stand out, how do you still, like, overcome this challenge that these men have?
I'll say you've answered the question. There has been an age-long debate that, oh, okay, the only reason why you have, and this is when it comes to schools, the only reason why you finish with second class upper is because you went to Babcock University. If you had gone to Unilag, you'll have finished with go to it. If it's easy, run them. So you've answered yourself. Like I tell people, be good at what you do. And see, they will still talk. And that is the bias in them. And they are, I don't want to call it jealousy. You know, some people, like, the word fail me now. So to make themselves feel good, they'll try to bring you down. To make you, it's gaslighting. That's the word. So be good at what you do. You understand? Whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, your value would show and you would shine. And we preach equity, not equality. But even at equality, you can see, it's work. You understand? Be good at what you do. And like there are people that will come to, and make yourself a force. You understand? Like, I know it, and I know it. You can't take it away from me. That is the only way to shush naysayers.
Thank you. Good? Okay. Thank you so much. We didn't actually get any questions online, so we're going to wrap up the session. Thank you to all the speakers for your insights. And please, you guys, as they've said, please have audacity. And shout out to the lady who pitched herself. I know there's a lot of networking that's going to happen. So please, guys, feel free to be audacious and shoot your shots afterwards. Thank you so much, everyone.
Awesome. Please put your hands together for our panelists and our amazing moderator. Well done. Fantastically done. We're going to take a moment of pictures with them. Please, can you just stand in the middle here so the photographers can get pictures very, very quickly. So very soon, we're going to move to our second panel session. Another exciting conversation about to happen. And that one is titled Cultivating Inclusive Tech Communities, Empowering the Next Generation. Cultivating Inclusive Tech Communities, Empowering the Next Generation. Please, one more time, put your hands together for a fabulous panel, which consisted of Otasowie, Ena-Umweni, Olajumoke, Daramola. Please put your hands together. Come on. Onyinye, Okonji, and of course our fabulous moderator, Toyin, Liza, Jolapamo. They did amazing, didn't they? Wonderful. Thank you so much for that beautiful conversation. Thank you for being authentic, for being real. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right, we're going to move very quickly to our second panel session. And just like I said, it's titled Cultivating Inclusive Tech Communities, Empowering the Next Generation. And we have another fantastic lineup of women who will be speaking and sharing their life experiences. And of course, you get another chance at asking questions as well. All right, so starting off on this lineup, this amazing, wow, it's already almost afternoon, amazing morning still. I'd like to invite forward Director of Ecosystem and Partnerships at Propel and co-founder at CalSTEM, Connecting African Women in STEM, Wamide Animasaun, who is currently the Ecosystem and Partnerships Director at Propel. She's an expert at driving strategic initiatives, managing strategic partnerships, and scaling business operations for medium to large-scale organizations' emerging markets. She brings more than a decade of industry experience, having worked in consulting, energy, supply chain, and e-commerce, leading teams and managing people across Africa, Europe, and Asia, while at Jumia and PwC. Wamide holds an MBA from the American College of Greece, as well as a bachelor's degree in computer engineering from Covenant University. Passionate about promoting gender equality, she is the co-founder of CalSTEM, Connecting African Women in STEM, a community focused on empowering African women to stay and lead in STEM. She's already up there looking beautiful. Please, one more time. Thank you very much. All right, up next, joining us is Ruby Igwe. She's one of Africa's youngest female tech leaders. Following an illustrious decade of professional work, Ruby now serves as a pioneer country manager at SAN Technologies, ALX Africa, a global technology brand where she leads a 50-member team in Nigeria on the mission to shape and empower the next generation of technology innovators, entrepreneurs, and business leaders with access to in-demand tech skills, lifelong opportunities, and networks that will transform their lives and livelihood. Ruby is a teacher at heart. She teaches corporate law at the Center for Law and Business and mentors thousands of youths in communities like ALX, Co-Create, Yali, amongst others. Please put your hands together for the very fabulous Ruby Igwe. All right, also joining us online, by the way, today is Adora Nwodo. She's a multi-award winning senior software engineer with 8 years of industry experience. She currently works at the intersection of cloud engineering and developer platforms and is passionate about the cloud and emerging technologies. She's also the vice president of the Nigerian chapter for VR/AR Association. Her work there involves creating more awareness for virtual and augmented reality technologies. Let me move all the way down. Adora spends a lot of her time on Twitter and LinkedIn sharing about her experience as a woman in tech. She's extremely passionate about the developer community, and she co-organizes community events and speaks at technology conferences worldwide. Please put your hands together. Joining us virtually, Adora Nwodo. All right. Our moderator on this panel is Ayobami Awode, Community Manager, Women in Tech Nigeria. Ayobami is a dynamic and results-driven professional with a proven track record in community building and management, impact investing, fundraising, brand development, innovation across diverse industries. She serves as Chief of Staff at HerVest, a fintech that provides inclusive finance to African women through goal-oriented savings, impact investing, and credit options for smallholder women farmers. Ayobami is passionate about women's empowerment and has dedicated most of her professional journey to working with female founders keen on developing and making an impact in their industries. She recently launched a community for community managers builders called the Tribe Builders to help CMs navigate their roles and learn tips on how to grow professionally. Once again, this session is titled Cultivating Inclusive Tech Communities, Empowering the Next Generation. Once again, welcome our panelists and put your hands together for them as they start. Okay, so shall we do that? Let's do a quick interlude before we start this session and play another video from MTN.
That looks good, darling.
I learned from the best.
Glad you will get your bar husband.
But it got you to marry me, didn't it? Close your eyes. I have a gift for you.
Wait, now?
Maybe close your eyes.
Okay.
This is a thank you for all the sunrises that you've given me all these years.
Baby, now you're going to make me cry.
Don't worry, baby. I'll be home soon.
Every moment, every smile, every emotion is richer with the right connection.
Thank you for lighting up my life today. You're a real gift.
Wow.
Aw, I wish you were here.
I'm always with you.
Get ready to encounter the incredible. And remember, no be juju, na MTN 5G.
I wanted to say something about the gift, but I'll keep it. Thank you very much, Ronke, for the introductions. I'm not sure. Are we able to connect with Adora? Okay, while we wait for Adora to join us, thank you everyone for joining and for connecting and for being here on a Friday morning. I'm so proud to have every one of us here today. And like Ronke had mentioned, the topic for this panel is cultivating inclusive tech communities, empowering the next generation. Thank you, Ruby. Thank you, Wamide. I'm sure you will do justice to the questions. So I'll start with you, Ruby, and and this is just like a layer to the previous panel session, and I know that they had mentioned about community building, how we can leverage, how we can also be a part, how to also be one of the, how to position ourselves for the opportunities available in tech as women, which is the main reason for this event. So, Ruby, I know that you manage a community of 145,000 members, and you've helped them, upscale and upskill professionally. And I would just ask that, what are the biggest challenges in fostering inclusivity as for women, especially that you've noticed in your career in tech? What do you think are the barriers that are holding women, behind that? We are not. I know that for women in tech, so you see that you have a lot of programs, and then you're just pushing register, and they are not just forthcoming, or a week after they registered and the program has started, they opt out, and they ask them why, and the questions are just flimsy, I would say. But what are the barriers that you've seen? I would actually say the reasons and the answers they would see. Oh, I don't have data, or I don't have my internet, or my children is something. They just bring out, the excuses. What are the barriers that you've noticed, and how do you think that we can then now cope these challenges that we have? Thank you.
That's an excellent. Can you hear me? Is it good?
Okay.
Hi everyone. Thank you. That's an excellent question. I I will shout out to some of my community members that I'm seeing at the back. Hi, guys. Hi, ladies. So, first of all, as we try to talk about inspiring inclusion among tech communities, the first thing I'd want us to think about is exactly what that inclusion means. So the first layer would probably be, I guess this is my teacher hat, I'm sorry. But the first layer would probably be gender inclusion, right? So we're talking about getting more women to the table, getting more women to not just join these programs, but to also complete the programs and then go on to have amazing careers, ideally in tech, but wherever else, because tech is now everywhere as a foundational layer to any business at all. Okay, but that's gender. Inside that gender, we have many other things that we need to consider and as a result be very intentional about. So you can say you have, 3 women in the room, but everyone knows where their own shoe is pinching them. It might be financing. It might be availability of time because you are a mother of 8. It might be location. It might be even the type of marriage you're in. Or it might be the situation you're in. You might have lost both your parents, or you might have lost your mom, and that means that for a year, there are a lot of traditional things you're going to do, and that means that you may have even inherited another family, being your dad and your other siblings. It might be the fact that you're a firstborn. So all of those things are different microcosms of inclusion. What we try to do at ALX is be very particular about context. So if you're saying that we need to get more women to the table, then we need to also understand the nuances and the pain points of the different women that we are talking to. So some of the reasons that we hear that people don't complete their programs, and I mean that analogy you painted is also identical in our situation. We've got thousands of women who join a program and then they don't go through, or they don't necessarily get the benefits of the community. Why? Yes, you have to pick up your kids. Yes, your husband's mom died, and so you have to be in charge of things while your husband goes away, or you yourself, you are the one going. All of those things are reasons and are valid. So what we need to think about now is how best to provide support systems. So one of the amazing panelists in the previous panel was talking about equity, right? So equity is a situation where you're trying to provide the same kind of support, provide support so that people are at the same level. It almost precedes equality. So what we do at ALX and what we will continue to do is to strive for opportunities to say, okay, this is your situation, how best can we support? What we also found, just to finally answer, concretize what I'm trying to say, one big hindrance is the woman herself. And the fact that she may not always believe that it's even possible for her to accomplish these things because she's a woman. So even breaking those barriers within herself and within her psyche is important. And then secondly, also finding other women and other support systems, or even other men, because we find that women are not necessarily the best at supporting each other. For some reason, there seems to be some measure of competition, which is fine, but there is no time for that, really. Women do better supporting each other because then there are even more opportunities and more nuanced ways to help each other. So I hope that has been, I know I can go on and on and on, so let me just pause here. Hi, Adora.
Hi everyone.
Right. So, I think it's very much everything that you've said, understanding where people are and creating programs that will meet those needs. So the era of working remotely and just having flexibility makes a ton of difference. I'm a working mom. I have a toddler, and that means that at every time it's important for me to be available and to be there, not because his dad cannot pick up the slack, but because primarily as women, we're sometimes the primary caregivers, right? So it's in understanding what those things mean for women and creating those inclusive environments for them. So for me, I will always be an advocate of remote programs, virtual programs, and just learning a lot of things online, because that then carries and brings a lot of people in. Yeah.
Hi, Adora. Nice to have you here.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm
I'm
doing
doing
well.
well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think my question is to you, Adora, and it is about how the tech industry is quite where everybody's talking about inclusion, how we can inspire inclusion, especially the month of March was chaotic. Everyone was just having a conversation, inspiring inclusion. I'm sure that we were tired. So, and there are a lot of opportunities available that I know that they are actually there for women, girls in urban, in rural areas. And how do we then ensure that the tech sector is welcoming and accessible? I know that you do great work with Nexascale, and you also provide these opportunities for your community members. How do we make it more welcoming for the next generation, that it doesn't now there is no conflict? They understand the objective of what we are trying to achieve, and they are also positioned in a way that these opportunities get them and it is leveraged.
I'm
I'm
going to
going to
try
try
and
and
think
think
what you just said. So
So
you
you
asked
how
um
how
we
we
make
make
sure
sure
that
that
young
young
people
people
because I
because I
lost you
lost
for
you
a
for a
bit
bit
because the internet
and
what I said.
okay, there's actually a lag. So but can you I can go ahead, I can come again with the question. Do you want me to come again? Can you hear me very well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can.
Okay. So the question is about how tech companies, organizations, NGO, communities can create a more welcoming and accessible opportunities, especially for the next generation, that they understand what the goal and the objective is for the long run, and they are able to then position themselves, and how can we as organizations and communities help them position and also ensure that these opportunities are being leveraged 100%, basically.
So I
So I
think
think
for
for
me it would
me it
be
will
two
be two
things.
things.
One
One
is
is
content,
content,
the other thing is
is
intentionality.
intentionality.
People
People
have to
have to
be
be
intentional about the
about the
kind
kind
of
of
program that
program.
they want to create for the people that they want to create it for. Because most times, right, especially if we're trying to bridge that digital divide and actually bring people into tech and tech skills, it's very important to understand that the kinds of people that we're trying to bring into, especially in a society like ours, there are different kinds of people, right? How you would interact in the grassroots is not how you would interact if a country, maybe like, for example, context, understanding, even when we create these kinds of programs, even while doing
when I was the only girl, team of 8. And then I start to ask, do I really need to be here? Or am I valued here? Or is there room for me here? Not because I couldn't do work, but just because I couldn't see representation and I couldn't see somebody else like me. So for me, the biggest marker is really that change in leadership. And we do it by sharing. These days, we don't necessarily share stories only with statistics. We're not only waiting on the National Bureau to tell us what is going on. We share with what we do on social media. We share with what we're doing with blog posts. People might be tired of it, but every, IWD or whatever, people will share stories of somebody, one woman in tech or 10 women in tech that are topping and yada and yada and yada. And that is great because it keeps reminding you that there are people that have gone ahead of you and that it's absolutely possible to do this. But that in saying that, there's still a couple of other factors, right? In just creating those inclusive spaces, creating and leveraging the power of allies. Shout out to all the men that were here or that are here. That's also the audacity we're talking about. There's all of these men that came here. I don't think there's any one of them that felt like I'm weird for being the only man in the room. Do you see what we mean? So I think also it took my second job, being in that same situation again, to start seeing, okay, there's a problem and I cannot keep running away simply because I'm the only woman in the room. So we also need to get comfortable with taking ownership and leading and probably just being the example that somebody else needs to see, right? Yeah. Thank you so much, Wamide. I was going to just add something to it. I was telling Ada just here, I think that it's really important to share. When I was appointed GM, I was the youngest GM, and I was the only female GM. So 7 men, team of 8. And I remember them being so welcoming, which was different, but I also remember it being scary. And at our retreat in Kigali at the beginning of the year, someone came up to me from Morocco, where the GM is a guy, and said, please, thank you for stepping up into this role and for because I, applied and all of that. I was already in the company. And I'm proud to say by the middle of the year, we have another female GM. I call her my queen. So she's in Rwanda. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how much, even if it wasn't something that inspired her consciously, the fact that there was one woman, somebody else can come in there. Another thing I will say, I have two very phenomenal, so I'm very big on shouting at my women. I have 2 very phenomenal women, Shewa and Helen, who work with me. And they are both mothers of 2. And it's literally because of them that I know I can have a child and do my job. I'm not telling you, so I've come into this, into my career with a lot of statistics from Harvard Business Review and this one about how, and The Economist, about how something happens to your career. Once you start having children, your earning potential goes down by 20%. This one. So what that meant to me was, you can still hear me? What that meant to me was, if my career is going to go like this, once I start having... What that meant to me was, if my career is going like this, if I'm going to have kids, that means that I have to be so far ahead that for it to come down, it's coming down something that's now normal, which was literally how I thought about, both my career and then even any partner I was thinking about. Because another article that I kept going back to is like, it's better you have a supportive partner or no partner at all. But again, all of that was head knowledge, like one of our lovely panelists said. Seeing my country marketing manager and my hub operations manager my country marketing manager recruit all these how many 100,000 people, and seeing Helen build run 11 hubs last year, and then many more outside the country, outside the state, sorry, and wake up and tell me, look, I'm going to Abuja today. I'm like, okay. I'm not asking her funny questions like, hey, your kids, hey, your this, hey, your that. I don't need to know. She's telling me that I have my business correct and I'm going. So when I'm having a child, I know already, first of all, that I have champions in them. But then even if they don't say anything other than being alive and being in my life, I know that these people have had 2 children. me too, I can have 2 children, like it's possible. So like just even sharing. So yeah, shout out to them. Chinwe and Helen, you're amazing. But just saying that we are also those data sets. Just seconding what Wamide said, we're also those data sets that we're seeking, those statistics, those numbers, sharing and being honest and open and vulnerable about how we lead our lives and how we've gotten to where we've gotten to is an amazing way of even bridging that divide.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. On about sharing, so I'll just add that, when they tell some people or some women to join LinkedIn, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. If you are here and you are one of the people that I don't know what to say, gang, please, you know what to say. Talk about your work. Talk about your journey. Talk about your challenges. Don't lie, but just buttress your point. Adora, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Finally. So I think I'll just direct this question to you, especially with your work at Nexascale. Nurturing young talent and, calling them out, basically. How do we now create a more inclusive pipeline for future leaders? I know what you do at Nexascale is great, and I don't know if I don't want to assume that everyone in this room knows the great work that you're doing. How do you identify and nurture the young stars? How do you ensure that they are being recognized, and also they are also leveraging the opportunities, especially for the youngsters, really? I want to know your strategies, what has worked and what hasn't worked. Just give us an overview of what you do that has really helped your community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. To be honest, it's about doing the work, right? I like to go all these national panel sessions, right? The ones they do on Twitter Space, just so that I can go there and put the company on the spot and ask them what they're actually doing. Because most times what we see, everybody is asking us what we can do to be more, like we're the ones that need to be included. So why are you asking us what we can be more inclusive or to feel more? So I just like to go to those events, like I put the companies that invite me on the WhatsApp. But I think one thing that we've been doing is being very intentional and actually going to these places where people don't really go, if that makes sense. So one thing that we're trying to do now is get into secondary school in all these very rural areas, because like everybody is interacting with schools and communities in Lagos, and there are those opportunities there, and we have representation there as well. But we also don't want it to be the case where we're leaving out these people in this region, because there's a lot of work to be done there. Going into places states, going into Ebonyi State, going to the north, entering Nasarawa, going into this place, getting into the southwest as well. Like not those places that have towns and fantastic schools where you can go to. I mean, it's nice to go to the nice private schools, and we do that as well, right? But it's important to also visit these places, and it sort of goes back to what I was talking about when I was talking about intentionality and context, right? Where you still need to have that context when you're not going to these places, because how you would interact with a student from Avicenna, for example, or from Lagoon, or from Corona is very different from the way a child in a school in a village in, I don't know, Anambra State, for example. It's very, very, very different. So understanding how to interact with these people is one thing that is very important. One thing that we do is also celebrate the women within the people, because if we're going to inspire people want to get into tech in the first place, we want to show them that they are role models that they can look up to, right? I've gone to schools where I'll ask them, okay, who's your role model, your female role model? And I hear things like, oh, Chimamanda, Michelle Obama. There was even a time someone said Ayaspa. That's fantastic, right? Because they're mentioning women. But then when I ask them, okay, who are your tech role model? I hear things like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg. I don't hear any woman. So I'm just like, I want you to see yourself in other women, right? So one thing we do for the Nexascalers in the older community, because we serve both, right? In the community with like above 19 trying to get their first job or have gotten their first job and they're still paying it forward and not contributing back into the community, is to recognize those people periodically so that other people can actually see that these are people doing amazing things that we can, sort of like look up to. This year, one thing that we did for International Women's Day was to spotlight, I think, 9 women in our community that we think are good. And we put them out there, did the own speeches for them, just made people see them. And it's just good to do these sorts of things. And I mean, like, we're the only one, we're not doing this, right? It would be nice if everybody else sort of like did as well, because one person cannot, rather one community or one NGO cannot do everything. So it's to replicate these programs in the way that other people can see what works and just sort of like do them as well. Because it makes it, when we have female role models, we need to tell young girls that, okay, this is what you should be doing because these women did it too and they are being successful. Because I remember the second school, and I was talking to them about tech, and I felt like I was losing those girls because they felt like, please, I'm telling you, I can't go home. Why did this woman come and talk to us? What she come to talk to us about that we've not heard before? And I realized that I was losing the crowd. And the one thing I said was to tell them to guess how much I was making at the time. And obviously, because I'm earning in pounds and the whole Naira equivalent there, from that point until the end of the session, they were very engaged. They all came to me. They all wrote their email addresses down on paper. They gave it to me, and they're like, oh, please. Obviously, I took the email address, but still had to go through due process to make sure that their parents are aware, the school is aware before we decide that we want to start mentoring them and engaging them. But it was very interesting to see that, because now somebody isn't just talking about boring stuff, but they are seeing someone that looks like them, that is a woman, that is earning a lot of money. They're like, if this woman can earn it, me too, I can earn it. As opposed to just coming to talk to them randomly. So that's why context matters, right? So that you don't lose the crowd that you're talking to. Understand who you're talking to and craft your message in a way that those people. I think that's one thing that's going to make whatever program people are in the, and also follow-ups. I think that's nothing I'm doing. So if you have any program, if you have that you're doing, creating this sort of like alumni community that once in a while you can even bring together to share their progress, to share what they're doing well, what they're doing, like how they're growing, can inspire the other people that are about to join the new cohort of the thing that you want to do. Because if the alumni is coming together to say, okay, we've become successful ever since, and this is what we're doing, more people will be inspired to know that, okay, once I go through this program, I might be successful as well. One incredible thing that happened last year was we ran our first cloud mentorship program. We graduated like 10 people. And now this year, because of how busy I've been, I'm like, I cannot mentor anybody, please. And basically, the community members had to go find other mentors for this year's cloud mentorship program. And the very interesting thing was that 5% of the mentors that came back, people that were students last year. And it was just very interesting to see, because now this kind of thing just lets people know that, okay, this person didn't have a job last year and they're working as a DevOps engineer in, let's say, Points, for example. What this means is that I have the capacity to learn this thing and work somewhere maybe Money Points, maybe Microsoft, maybe Flutterwave, maybe even go abroad, right? I think the power, if we're trying to build discipline that is sustainable and inclusive, I think the power is in the people that are building these things and just making sure that the stories are told properly, and the community to sort of feed into that and help move forward when that happens. Because you can't do it when you have to scale it so. And the context also matters because who you are talking to will sort of like determine how you craft your message or your learning program or whatever it is. Yeah, I'll just leave with that.
Wow, thank you very much, Adora. I think my next question is about the role of mentorship. But I'll work my way down from Wamide down to Adora. A lot of women are doing great work in the tech industry, but I think they mostly shy away from social media, from sharing so much, or I don't want eyes on me, please, and nobody would know what they're doing or would know the challenges or their struggles or even their wins sometimes if they are not willing to share, if they are not willing to help and uplift women that are just starting out in tech. If you have personal stories about mentors that has really helped you and helped you navigate the industry, please feel free to share. Let's talk about the role. So do you think that mentorship is actually a way to build inclusion and just bridge the gap? Do you think that we actually really need mentorship? Again, I feel that people sleep on peer-to-peer mentorship a lot because they're always looking for that woman with 20 years of, she doesn't have the time, but you can learn a lot from your peer. But again, I don't want to be faster than myself, so I would walk my way through. Wamide, please share personal stories if you have any.
Okay. I do think that mentorship plays a huge role, but it's also how you see it. Mentorship can be peer-to-peer, as you've rightly said. It doesn't always have to be somebody that is higher up than you. But the role or the part about having a mentor is at least there's somebody that has walked the walk. When I think about mentors, I prefer somebody that has already walked that walk. And I say that because personally, I've transitioned careers 5 times. And for each time I needed to make a transition, I didn't necessarily have somebody in front of me or somebody there. I just knew I was tired of this job. I felt like I could be more. I wanted a change, and I went on to do it. But very early on, I'd say 0 to 4 years of my career, when I started out as a front-end developer, and I then switched and moved into tech consulting. And when I first got into in fact, I didn't even start in tech consulting. I started in audit. And when I first started in IT audit, it was just an uncle that I had. And he would say things like, oh, this is fantastic because this is what you can do with IT audits. You can do GRC, you can do this, you can do that. And I'll tell him things like, this thing is boring, I can't deal. And so like, no, I can support you, I can do this. And as I'm saying this, I'm even remembering that even as far back as when I started out writing certifications in computer networking when I was as far back as in 300 level. He sent me tons of books that I could not even finish reading. Because he had walked that path. But what I didn't realize was, even though he's way older than me, he was also going through a lot of transitions. But I didn't understand what he was then. I just knew that for every time that I got into a new field, he was there encouraging me and saying, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. Because he had done it. He had done networking, and then he was now a business manager, and then he was now heading an IT department. And so he saw very well that, look, transitions shouldn't hold you back. And it just means maybe you're looking for more. And if you are, then that's fine. Keep going on, keep doing it. And so in 2022, I started out, I also run a community, right? And most of the things, when we ask people, why did you join? People will say things like, I need a mentor, I need this, I need that, I need guidance. And that was like a recurring theme that we heard a lot. And it just became glaring that it's not that people don't know what they want to do, but sometimes they are afraid or they are unsure that this is the way to go about it. And that's where a mentor comes in. So we've run 2 cohorts now of a mentorship program where we actually connect you to a mentor in your field. So if you say that you are exploring cybersecurity, we're going to find you a cybersecurity mentor, somebody that has 5+ years experience, and can literally walk you through all of the basics. Or this is where you should start. Because cybersecurity in itself is also wide. You might think that, oh, this is what I want to do. And that person is able to distill all the concepts and help you see, hey, what exactly do you enjoy? These are all the things that are available. So the power of mentorship is great in that it can really, really help you catalyze and move on to the next level. But in saying this, the only mentor I really had was that my uncle. I never got into or walked up to anyone to be a mentor or anything. It was only last year that I actually, first of all, applied for a mentorship program. And that was primarily because of my nonprofit, where I'm like, okay, I need to start figuring out how to run this thing in a way that is sustainable and outlasts me, right? And so I sought people that were already doing something in that field. But with mentorship also comes where you have to be careful in that the journey is still fundamentally yours. And simply because somebody has walked a path does not necessarily mean that you have to walk the same path. That person can only guide you, but they're not exactly supposed to say, then you have to do it this way, and if you haven't done it, then you have failed, right? So even with mentorship, there's also the part of distilling. Just the same way, if there's anyone that's going to church here, even if a pastor says blah, 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 you don't necessarily do everything they've said you should do. The same way, even with our parents, we don't necessarily do all the things that they tell us. So the onus is still on you to kind of distill what is valuable to you at that time T. But at the core of it, mentorship is really powerful. And I think the more programs, the more opportunities, the more places you can find, please go for it. But I will, in closing, I'll also say the power of that peer-to-peer is also really, really, really great. My career, so I mentioned that I transitioned 5 times, right? But my career took a turn in 2020 when I decided to talk to someone. This someone was somebody that was my mate. We were in consulting together. But she had gone on to then start like a career coaching business, and she was in people and culture. She was in HR, essentially. And at the time, I was very confused because at that time, that was my 3rd or so transition or 4th transition. And I was now starting to feel very foolish because I'm like, you've gone to school, you have an MBA, and you're just skipping and zigzagging anyhow. What exactly is wrong with you? And it was in talking to her that she gave perspective about how that diverse experience was actually what set me apart from a lot of other candidates. It meant that I was so rich in my experience that I could bring a different view to the table. And it was the first time that things changed and turned around for me. Whereas the next year, I wasn't only applying, even while heavily pregnant, it was people and companies that were then reaching out to me. I had not even done anything in particular. But when your perspective changes about yourself, it also opens up opportunities to you that you may not have seen. So the power of sharing, asking, and seeking help is also important. You don't always have to look at it from a mentorship point of view. You can seek out coaches, seek out professionals, seek out people that can help you with stuff so you can grow.
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to put my teaching hat on, and I learned a lot. Thank you, Wamide, for all your points. The first thing I would say about mentorship, or even pre-mentorship, is maybe is that we need to be very, very again about intention. We need to be very intentional about the things we say to ourselves. So if this was my event, we would literally stand up and start saying a bunch of things to ourselves. It's the kind of thing we do at ALX. But one thing I want you to remember in your mind, even as you're seeking a mentor, before I get started, is that there is space. There is space for you to be successful. Whether that means you get a job or you create jobs, there is space. That's the first thing you need to say, because I feel like some people are like, the people that get mentors are the people that, they're already on that way.
I think we should say that. There is a space for me, Ayobami. There is a space for me. I think we should actually say that. Like there is space for you, because we need to.
There is space.
There is space for me.
Yeah. There really is. There really is. And it's more like, it may not be that particular job you want, but you might end up setting up something that creates jobs for hundreds of people including yourself, because you'll be in the job too, you'll be paying yourself your salary. Great. So that being said, let's get started. There is mentorship, there is coaching, and then there is sponsorship. So you want to also make sure you don't confuse the three. You can have a mentor, and that's great, but you can also have a coach, which is more intense. So the mentor is like, here's where I am, here's where I've been, here's what I think. The coach is like, these are our milestones. This is how we're going to where we're going, because they're coaching you from point A to point B. The way a basketball coach is coaching you to win a competition, right? The thing you're trying to beat, whether anxiety or a career next level, that's a coach. A sponsor is somebody that is like, oh yeah, Shebi, it's you that wants to get this job. That person that works in this place. I will call them. When they call you, you say this and you do. A sponsor is carrying you like this. We're going to where we're going. So don't confuse it, because sometimes people go to mentors and they're looking for sponsorship. And there are very different things. You can always have a mentor sponsor, but you need to also be very, very clear. The second thing I'll say, a mentorship is an investment. So you yourself also have to create that time, because there's obviously unstructured and structured mentorship. So, for example, Ada, I've been calling her name. We had a conversation. We were in the room in my office at some point with Ife Durosimieti from her economy, and she's not my mentor. But let me let you know that for those 3 hours that we were talking, some deep truths were shared. And it's not going to happen on a systemic basis. Sometimes it's just spontaneous. Sometimes it's even in this room that you hear some things and you're like, this thing is going to alter how I think about a lot of things in my career. So make room as well to be inspired wherever it is you are, on the plane, on the bus, in your office. Somebody's going to say something, open it up. So don't think that mentorship is when I apply to this place and I send this email and we agree that it's 2 hours every Sunday night. No, mentorship can be literally as spontaneous. So just open your mind and also tell yourself at some point that this is knowledge, this is important. Okay, there's space, let's do this. Do you get what I mean? So that's unstructured and unstructured mentorship. Now delving deep into mentorship in itself, like I said, it's an investment. You have to decide by yourself. It's not the mentor that's going to shape that for you. Unless that person, of course, is a member of your family. Because then that person has changed your diapers. So they're like, you know what? You will be great. Whether you like it or not. And it's different because then they invest differently. But when it's the other side, when it's somebody that you don't know, like I'm going to Wamide now and I want her to be my mentor, I have to spend time learning about Wamide and making sure that there's something that I want to understand that's important. And you know, saying that, you know, I know this is who you are. So I'm almost like making a pitch. I want you to be my mentor. Why do I want you to be my mentor? How do I think I want this to unfold? How long? Is it for the rest of my life? Are you Jesus? It's not going to work. You are doing this mentorship. Okay, what is something that works for you? Will 12 weeks work for you? Can we talk once every 2 weeks? You make it easy to be a mentee to this person, because if they don't have time, we all don't have time. Everybody is busy. So if you're going to insert yourself into somebody's schedule, you first of all have to be intentional about it and be humble and be kind. Then also make it worth their while. If they're telling you this, don't say, okay. Then by 2 weeks, you also say, they come back and they say, how did you go? And you're like, you know, so that my boyfriend, you know, he broke up with me. And that's also fine. Those are spontaneous things, of course. Breakfast doesn't, you know, it's not always structured. But my point here is, if you're going to get a mentor, you need to prepare yourself for what that looks like. As a mentee, you need to make time, and then you need to also make space within yourself, within your schedule to learn. If they're telling you, is this, you go ahead and you do it, you're proactive. So they'll be delighted to mentor you, and they'll even be delighted to check in on you after that program is done. Now, to my mentors, I'm very academic. So I have like a series of people that I talk to. The first will probably be my awesome G units. We call ourselves the G unit, the GMs. There are 8 of us, and like I said, 6 of them are men and there's 1 woman. But we're talking almost all the time and we're sharing and it's easier because it's situational mentorship. They are doing the exact same thing I'm doing in a different country. So it's like, that thing you did, how good you go? And then it's easier to go that way. So you might not necessarily be a GM, but if you're a tech salesperson or you're a customer service person and there's another customer service person your age, or just not even your age, just in your position or at your level, or if you're unemployed and you're looking for a job, another unemployed person looking for a job may also be your mentor, because they might be looking at things and places that you're not looking at. That's also possible to have parallel mentors. I also have people who are much older, who are not even in the same industry as me, because what they provide is a different perspective. One of my favorite mentors is one of my aunties who has built her career in finance and oil and gas. And she's telling me things, I'm like, okay. And like Wamide said, it's not every single thing that is entirely, like, you don't have to take everything verbatim. You're the main character in your life, right? Everybody else, when I say everybody, is a supporting actor. So you're the one that's going to decide, okay, this context in this part, okay, let's take it like this. Thank you. This is insightful. I may not apply everything, but this is insightful. So that's having someone older in a different field. And then finally, when all is said and done, and you're applying this mentoring to your life and everything, and you're saying, okay, not all of this context and wisdom is going to apply to me, it's also important to give that testimonial back to whoever it is that you're talking to say, okay, this is how what you said has helped me. Because a lot of us, even in ALX, and I'm looking at that table, a lot of people, so we do a lot of, training, and then we say, go get a job and let us know how it's going. People don't come back, And it's funny, not everyone comes back. And then we go after them. Okay, do you have a job? And the reason why we're asking is not just for statistics, because we want to say, okay, where did you get this job? And do you want it? This is lifelong. So in the same vein, you don't just, because then it becomes a lot more transactional, right? You go and then I talk to you, I get all your information, I squeeze you like orange, and I go. And they eventually see you at Women in Tech Nigeria having a conversation. In fact, I'm on the same, panel as my mentor, and she's like, you got here, great. But then imagine if she knew that before you even came to this place. Imagine if you're now on, you message her excited, and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to be doing this panel. It's because you had that amazing conversation with me about public speaking. And she's like, which panel? Women in Tech. Me too, I'm there. Oh, that's amazing. And then you have breakfast before that at Radisson, and you keep it moving, as opposed to something that now looks like you literally, used and you kept moving. Final thing I'll say, as you are looking for mentors, there is also something in you that is worth sharing with other people. And as you develop wanting to, as you develop your mentorship, shall I say, pitch, there are also things that you have that you can use to be at, like Wamide's uncle, and say, look, this other person in my community, use this, my sister, you this, my cousin, you this, my friend. Oh yeah, let's go and move from 0 to 1. So in summation, you need to assess where you are. So not everybody needs a mentor like Adora Nwodo right now. What you need is the mentor that's going to get you to maybe where Adora was when she was starting out her career. So you need to also, because then if you go and talk to somebody that's going to tell you about all these amazing things, or if you even use what the previous panel mentioned about financing, if you haven't saved enough money, you're not ready to invest. Go and learn to save. Go and learn to budget. Then when it's time to invest, you go from there. And when you're investing, you don't necessarily put all your money into high risk investments. You need to have a bit more money to be able to put some away into high-risk investments. So, you need to stage yourself. And it's not necessarily something that's supposed to make you feel small. It's just supposed to be something that makes you assess where you are and assess where you're going to. But will you get there? Yes. Why? Because there's space.
Thank you very much. There is space. I love it. Hi, Adora. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so the question...
I actually have a contrary opinion, or rather a different way.
Please go ahead.
I think the first thing I'm going to start with is that a mentor is nice to have, but you don't need a mentor. I think what you even need more than a mentor is a sponsor. And I think that it was already sort of like a coach, a mentor, and a sponsor. A coach is just like, someone that is always going to be there. A coach mostly interacts with people, right? And typically coaches are paid. A mentor is someone that is at the level that you're trying to get to, has gotten there, and is giving you practical advice on how you can get there. A sponsor can give you practical advice on how you can grow, but the fantastic thing a sponsor does for you is tells you, speaks for you in rooms that you're not in, advocates for you, connects you to opportunities like that. I don't know if I have a mentor, because the truth is, well, I do have a mentor if I'm being very honest, but I never picked to anybody and said, oh, hi, please, can you be my mentor? And that's why I would always say that you should be a person of value, right? It's very important. Whatever it is that you think
that you can give, or maybe you are shy or you're scared everybody needs this, I promise you it does. It might be the tiniest thing. It might be the fact that, you just moved into a new city. Maybe you moved from Lagos to states, and you're trying to figure out, like, about the community, or even like you are building your own community or something like that. The truth is, there's something to share, and which is weird because I'm very anti personal branding in the context of your career. But what I will always tell people to do is build in public, because now I don't know, everybody's turning personal branding into a different. That's why I don't like to use that term. But one thing I would say is that you should build in public, because that's one thing I know that I consistently did when I was like starting my career as a public speaker, not even as an engineer, because I'd always been an engineer. Like, I went to school, I went to uni, I got a job. But when I was trying to build that public speaking community sort of like career, I was building in public, right? And as I was building in public, people were noticing me and just deciding that they wanted to help me, or in quotes, mentor me. So I think the way you would treat any normal relationship, like a friendship, your is also a relationship nurture. So it's not parasitic, I guess is what I'm trying to say. If you show yourself value, sometimes quality members also yourself. Truth is, so you mentor. But sometimes you just on the person's level in career and yours, and also interactions like have. Yeah, want to do something. Most times they are not doing things for you. They are asking questions for you, pointing you in that you should go. They are you your sense of direction or decision making, but they're not actively doing it. But there was never really, oh yes, I accept being your mentor section. But it's just around building a network, building a public, right? Because that's how you would attract top people to you that as you pour out into the world, the public would also willing to pour into you. And yeah, it goes back to what one of the speakers said when it was like, but tell yourself that me, I'm very shameless with anything.
So sorry for the break, but I think we get the. So thank you very much, Adora. So we can have questions now we can only take 2 questions from the audience. So, okay.
You should take advantage of that as much as there is space for you. There's a lot that you can do. There's a lot you have to offer, and there's a lot that you can take from the world. I think the most important thing is just understanding that it should not be a relationship, being a person of value, building in public, and having a fantastic network. That's that.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Okay, may I see? We're taking only 2 questions, fortunately, unfortunately. So let me see where I'm going very quickly, and then we can take those questions. Okay. No questions? Interesting. Okay. You can. Oh, okay. Yeah, this mic is a bit wonky. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're only taking 2 questions. So I've got 1 question here. Where's my second question coming from? Okay, fantastic. Okay, here you go.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chioma. I'd like to ask, how do you deal with the imposter syndrome? So for me, I've never really had a mentor. So I grew from marketing. Like, I joined GT Bank 8 years ago, moved from marketing to product development to software, and then software quality assurance, then to IT project management. But still yet, I feel like I'm not all that. Yeah, I may not show it because I'm quite bold when it comes to dealing with superiors and people I work with, but I still fight this, I'm not enough, or how did I get here, So how do you deal with these kinds of things? Thank you.
Very relatable question, isn't it? Okay, shall we take, okay, fantastic.
Thank you. Hi, sorry, I didn't get your name.
Chioma.
First of all, can we give her a round of applause for asking this question? Because I'm sure it's a question, you know how they say I'm using this as a point of contact. It's one of those questions that is a group question. And then we were saying in terms of congratulations also from being able to transition. So you didn't jump. It's not one of those, that's a negative thing to say about your career transitions, right? Wamide has made similar transitions and I look forward to hearing what she says about it. But here's what I do with imposter syndrome. First of all, I am very big on affirmations, but not affirmations just for affirmation's sake. I don't just go and recite anything I see anywhere. It has to resonate with me. I have books I read that I like the Bible, or I have movies I've watched. And I wish I could show you my office right now. It literally, and how are you not? It literally, I have a wall of things that I look at, and they're a mix. So some of them are biblical verses, like, this is the time to favor Zion, but instead of Zion, I put Ruby, because her time has come. Another one right next to it is, I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is a little death. So anybody that's a science fiction guru, that's from Dune, right? I put it there, and every time I look up, and I'm looking at budgets, I'm looking at something, and it's making me feel small, I look up and I see my wall. So that's one thing that helps me. Another thing that helps me is music. So basically what you surround yourself with and also who you surround yourself with is how I approach my own imposter syndrome, because also, to validate what you say, I also have imposter syndrome every now and then. Do you get what I mean? So I sit, when I'm getting dressed or when I'm in the car or when I'm going somewhere, there's some songs I listen to. Some of them Christian, some of them not, but most of them are songs that kind of lift me up and make me feel good about myself and about where I am. And also because I'm a Christian, I also I believe that I am not the only, it's not just me here. So that helps as well. And then also my family and my friends and people that are, my circle, my chosen family. I'm very particular and intentional about sharing when I feel a certain way. And then they also help me to remind me of who I am. Another practical way could be looking at your CV. I'm telling you, or looking at your LinkedIn, or looking at anywhere that something has been written about you, or looking at your performance review. Just going back and be like, I'm that girl. It's my name there. It's me. That's me. So it's because it's really easy. I do that a lot. So there's, we have 100,000. How many people? 1,000 people, 100,000 people we've done this and that with. And I'm looking for the next 100,000. So I don't always stop. That's something someone told me. I don't always stop and smell the flowers and be like, we have done all these things. ALX won, in this 1 year of me being GM, we've won 3 awards. No other country has won awards. And I don't, thank you. I don't even acknowledge it. I'm just, the next award. Are we even good enough? So go back to your CV sometimes and be like, I did 3 years as a project manager. I also did X years in GT Bank, 8 years at GT Bank. This GT Bank that is mighty and big like that, I did that 8 years. Next. Do you get? So you need to also remind yourself, basically just reintroduce yourself to yourself again and again and again and again and again, as many times as necessary. I want to issue a challenge before I pass to the lovely Wamide. To anybody in this room that has not had imposter syndrome, please put your hand up. You're not alone, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. So when I'd say that my first 3 transitions were not very intentional. So I started out as I studied computer engineering. So the natural thing was get a job in tech. And I started out as a front-end engineer. Then I moved into audit because I was applying to a lot of jobs. So when that job came, I took it. It was better pay, it was stable, yada, yada. And then I moved into consulting because in my final year, I was telling someone, I'm going to be a consultant. So it was a dream. And I finally get into consulting, and it is not what I thought it was. And so I'm starting to struggle again, and I'm asking myself, I can be more. I don't want to do this every day. And so I decided to go for an MBA. And in doing that, I said, okay, I still had my job, but I was like, I want to try my hands at this startup thing. So the one thing that I know that I was good at was courage. I was not afraid to try, however stupid, however silly. But in 2021, after I had my baby, it was the first time I was then faced with, it was almost like a new me was birthed, so to say. And I was then faced with this, I can be more, but what? And okay, where do we even go from here? Remember, I had gotten to the point where I was already comfortable with all of the transitioning. But I still wanted to find myself in a job that aligned with my goals. And so that was the first time that I actually did a career audit. Before then, what I was doing was just, molding, doing my CV in the way that they say you should, write the keywords, say the accomplishments, the star thingy, the that. But I hadn't really introspected. And I asked myself, why? What exactly did I want in a career? That was the fundamental thing. It didn't matter what the job title was. It didn't matter what exactly or what company that I was working at, because that was the reason. That's the only reason why you would leave a job at PwC and go and work at an oil and gas company that nobody knows. In fact, my own father told me, "Are you sure they are not oil bunkers? This one that you want to go and work there?" I was like, even if they are oil bunkers, no problem now. I will make the money and I will go. And it was that 2021 that was the first time that I did a career audit. And in that audit, I basically asked myself 3 questions. Why? What exactly do I want in a career? Like, what is my why for even being tired of this job? If you've transitioned so many times, there's actually a fundamental reason why. It's not because you feel like becoming a quality assurance engineer or you feel like being a product manager. At the core of it, there is an answer that you're looking for, that you're being called to always. So it's important to find that why. For me at that time, my why looked like, I want somewhere I can make impact. That was important for me. I was working in consulting, which meant that I was working with various clients, but it was not tangible for me. I could not tie what exactly I was doing to the result, so that was not impact. But it wasn't only until I did that audit that I'm like, oh, that's why. But you know what else I did? I identified my skills and my strengths. So you see all of that work I had done in the past, I already knew that I was good. And that because I was able to transition so well, it also meant that I was multi-passionate, and it meant that I could function in various places. So I started to ask myself, what were the real strengths? And then what were the things that I enjoyed about a certain role and that I didn't enjoy about that same role? So I'll give you an example. Front-end engineer, 2013, 1 year. What did I like about this role? I liked that nobody had negative feedback about my work. So for me, that showed that I valued excellence and I wanted to do really, really good work. Even as a junior engineer, nobody had any bad thing to say about my job. There were no bugs, there were no nothing. But the challenge here was that I felt that I was now too good for this role. I was not growing, I was not being challenged. That was the issue that I had. So I broke it down in that way where I said, okay, what exactly am I looking for? I want to make impact. What have I done so far? I then started to highlight what the skills were, what the strengths were. And in that, I was drawing a pattern. And then at the end of it, it's like, so what can I do next? What are the kind of roles that I can fit in? And it was in 2020 and 2021 that I decided, you know what? I can do a role that is in strategy and a bit of partnerships and a bit of operations. You're probably not going to find any typical JD like that. But what I started doing was telling people about it. And so when recruiters would reach out to me and say, hey, I'd easily, she's laughing because she knows, I'd easily be able to say, I'm not interested in this role right now, even though I didn't have anything. So I left an oil and gas position in 2021 without any job next. Of course, that was because there's a double income household, and we had talked about how we were going to manage it. And I planned to take a 3-month break. But in 3 weeks, I had an offer in tech, and I basically transitioned to a remote position in exactly what I wanted. A mix of strategy, partnerships, and operations. So the biggest thing in battling imposter syndrome is also knowing who you are. There's knowing who you are from a place of your identity in God. And I have 5 scriptures that are in my career. I even put it on LinkedIn one time and I was like, this is not a typical LinkedIn post, but these scriptures have held and guided my life because while I was doing my MBA, that's what kept me going. I applied and applied and applied and applied to so many jobs and nothing clicked. And so I was already getting into that, why did I even come here in the first place? And I was in Greece. This is not even somewhere. So there's all the, should I have just gone to UK, where you will find the people that are like you, or you find a lot more black people. And there was a lot of those thoughts. So I have scriptures that I also go to as well. But ultimately, I also understand what I'm bringing to the table. What is my why for even my career? So it's not even just about the job. So that when you find yourself in any role, you understand why you're in it. And in case you start to feel one way, uncomfortable, or feel like you need a change all over again, you can also know why you need that change. It's either because your why is not being fulfilled, or that you feel like you're not making the wave or the impact in the way that you thought you would. So I hope that helps you.
Wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Learned so much from that as well. We've got one more question. Okay, I saw the hand over there. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorcas. So my question is, I don't know if I should say robust or simple, but it's something I'm struggling with personally. So I'm one of those people who like to try my hands on things. So I've pretty done a number of courses and gathering documents. I've decided to just stop keeping them in my box and bring them out. Hopefully they find the purpose. But my question is this. So after studying online, getting courses, it looks like you're doing well. The exam comes, you pass, you get your certificate. What next? So the next thing should be internship, yeah? But for me, I struggle with the online internship thing. I don't know why, but I'm not able to. I recently got on one for cybersecurity and I'm stuck, but I don't have someone to talk to like, okay, what are they telling me to do here? I really don't get it. I've tried, I've gone to Google, gone to Meta AI and everything, but I still don't get exactly what I'm expected to do. And I don't find someone I can ask. So is there like, do we get physical internships where you don't need to have 2 years experience, 5 years experience? Is there anything like that anymore? Or maybe I should just move on and try to find something else to do in my life? I'm at that point, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here.
Thank you for your honesty.
Thank you for sharing and for being vulnerable with us. I think one thing that might be missing, and you say it right, is that you're missing a mentor. And you're probably, it's important to understand that we all learn differently. Some people will be able to learn self-led online. Some people prefer to learn in physical spaces and in rooms. I'm one of those people. And the one thing that I think can be added to a lot of the programs that are probably being run today is having that element of a mentor. So I run a mentorship program for STEM women whereby we have a mentorship element. We're going to match you to an actual mentor in that field. There is a cognitive training element where it's just general skills. And then we're going to recommend, self-paced courses that you can also take. Because again, the self-paced part, anybody can go on Udemy, anybody can go on Coursera and find all of these things. But what people really need to know is when I face an issue, where do I go? What do I do? And all of that. So even in addition to that, you'll also get a buddy, although this buddy is at the same level. So you can both be stuck. And, but I think it's in understanding yourself first and probably how you like to learn. That will then guide you to look out for the type of courses that would apply and align for you. So the course that I'm able to take, online course, is probably just a few hours, 4 hours and whatnot. But if you're going to do like a full-blown whatever, I don't think I'll be comfortable in it. And maybe that's also where you are. So it's important to understand that and then find those spaces that will help you find those. But in saying that, because the world is not necessarily ideal and it won't always work out the way that we want, I think you also have to be maybe a bit more bullish about finding people that are already in that. So if you see, you can find people in cybersecurity or find people in product management and ask them questions, and also find communities. The power of communities is so huge. You would find communities that are cutting across all of these fields. At Propel, that's pretty much what we do. We're curating communities across the world and letting you know, hey, if you're in product management, these are all the product management communities that you can join. So you can check out propel.community and see if there's any communities of your choice that you'll find.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like you to give them a bigger round of applause. We'd like to wrap up this panel session with pictures. We'll be taking pictures very, very quickly. I want to thank all of those that are online. I'm sure we have more questions, but unfortunately we don't want to take or keep you too long here. So we'll move on. So they're going to take pictures very quickly as we ask MTN to please be on standby. We're going to be doing an award to MTN. And just right after this, and then we have our breakout session next. Once again, please put your hands together for these queens. They have shared so authentically and so theoretically, practically as well. Thank you so much, Ruby. Thank you very much, Wamide. Thank you so much for your time. And to our wonderful moderator, please put your hands together for her, for steering this conversation in a most amazing way. Thank you very much. All right, I'd like to bring forward Jolapamo Akinpelu to do an awards presentation to MTN. Is Jolapamo here? Okay. All right. So we'd like to do the award presentation very quickly to our partners, to our partner, MTN, for partnering and sponsoring this event. Thank you so much for coming along on this journey with us. So please put your hands together very quickly as Jolapamo Akinpelu comes forward to do a presentation to MTN. All right, please, let's warm her up forward very quickly with your hands. Don't get tired. Don't worry, we have refreshments at the end of this event. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, and good morning. Right, it's afternoon. Okay, all right, it's 12:38. We've had so much engagement, insights dropped today. I am excited. I'm elated. Someone said, "Oh, we should." This should have been a day-long event, and I couldn't agree less. Right, we should sleep. She said sleep over even. Awesome. So it's so beautiful to see your beautiful faces. We have so much spillover outside. We really are sorry, but we'll try as much as we can to ensure that everyone fits into the hall. Thank you so much. But again, we are here having these beautiful life-changing conversations without exaggerating. I sat there, there is space for me. So much. I mean, it feels great to sit in the crowd and listen to these beautiful insights. There's no way this would have happened without a particular brand that is forward-thinking, that we all know that made this possible for us, and that is MTN Nigeria. Can we give them a round of applause? And it is because of that on behalf of Women in Tech Global, Women in Tech Nigeria, the advisory board, the EXCO, I'd like to invite Otas to step out, please. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. And so this is being presented to MTN Nigeria for your commitments and contributions towards inspiring inclusion for women in tech in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so I'd like to make a quick announcement. I don't know if our QR code is ready, because we'd like people to apply as mentors and mentees. So if you've got 7 years up experience, we'd like you to apply as mentors. And of course, if you'd like to find a mentor as well in your field, we'd like you to also, I don't know if the QR code is ready. If not, then we're going to break out into our breakout sessions. So we have a breakout session where we're going to have a more, I don't know how we're going to do with the whole so full. Okay, yes. So for those who like to apply as mentors and mentees, to be a mentor, you need about 7 years experience and above. All right. So, but if you'd like to also apply as a mentee as well, okay, this is for mentees. So if you'd like to scan this, you can bring out your phone and scan this. For those people, a lot of people have asked questions that signify that what you just need is someone that will, help you, a mentor. All right, so you can join this program. There's a next cohort about to begin. So please sign up as a mentee. Let's just leave for the mentee here. Let's do for mentees first. And then for those who are more experienced, we'd like you to please sign up as a mentor. So this is for mentees. So please use your phone, scan the QR code, and join the next batch. We'll give you a few more minutes to scan the QR code. A few more minutes. And then we'll do for mentors. Okay? It's not accepting. Okay, our tech crew. We'll see what they're doing about. We'll see what they can do about that real quickly. He's not accepting. Can I see what he's saying? Can somebody please try? Oh. Hey, you've crashed it. It's no longer accepting. So please, let's see what we can do about that. I'm sure somebody will sort that out real quickly. Pardon? Try again. Okay. All right. Okay, fantastic. All right, so we're about to do our breakout session. Okay, all right, so 4 tables per mentor. So we're going to break out this table. It's one group. And Otasowie will be mentoring, will be leading in the conversations there. Okay. We're going to do about this table. Okay, whoever is mentoring the last 4. Wamide, which 2? Okay, this 2. Okay, great. Wamide will be joining you and steering the conversation here. This 2? Yes, this, and people at the back, the overflow at the back. Onyinye will be joining you from these 2 tables here all the way to the back. Onyinye will be joining you. And the last 4 tables, this 2. Ruby will be here. Ruby will be joining you. And then Ada will be steering the conversations on that side of the room. All right? So let me see. Who's steering the conversation on this side of the room? Ruby? Oh, Ada. Good. This is Ruby. That is Onyinye. Good. And this is Wamide. Great. And this is Otas. All right. Yes? How did your observation? Okay, so you want to... Okay. So all the people on this table, okay, don't want this to be rowdy, are from MTN, and so they're looking to... Is there anyone who would like to be here with Otas, a particular table, so we can just swap? We don't want it to be rowdy. Everybody's... it will get rowdy. Swap, pardon? Oh, swap mentors. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So they're asking if we can swap, because these are MTN people. Otas is there. Can we swap tables? Maybe put Otas here. Okay. So Ada can be here. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
I think it's even better there. So Otasowie move there.
Okay.
Do we have? Are we all fine?
Are we all okay? Mentors? Yes. Thank you. Yes, that table. Yes, this is your table, yeah. These two tables. Since we have some space here, maybe do you want to maybe join, I don't know, so that Abi? Okay, when she starts, anyway, I'm just thinking since we have like free space here, perhaps you might, in case you don't hear her, you might want to just move in a little bit more. Okay. 5 more minutes, please. Let's round up, please. Can we round up? There'll be time for networking. Let's wrap this up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's wrap this session up so that we can go on to take refreshments, network, and do other things. I'm sure you can approach your mentors at the end and ask them more questions. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Thank you. Did you get valuable lessons from that breakout session? Was that good? Awesome. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause to our mentors. Wonderful, for giving their time, for their knowledge, and for sharing their knowledge, their experience over the years. Thank you so much to all of our mentors. Thank you for doing this. I have an announcement. There's an opportunity for the lady that was shooting her shots. Maybe this could be good for you. It says that there's some opportunities available courtesy of Startup HR Africa. So for WITN attendees, online and physically, you can get considerations for some roles in Nigerian top startup companies. All right? So there's some opportunities in some Nigerian startup companies. What you need to do is either scan the QR code that will come up, or you get emails. So if you didn't register and you're here, please make sure you get the ushers to register you. All right, get your email to the ushers. Well, if you did register, you will get an email. Or if we can get the QR code for this opportunity by Startup HR Africa, if we can put that up so you can just see if it works, and then you can register or apply. But you will get emails. If you're registered, you will get an email sending you some of these opportunities. So make sure, remember what we've learned today. Be audacious. Yes, be audacious, ladies. Even if it sounds like, if they say looking for man with, apply. Looking for white lady, apply. All right, so please, let's be audacious. This is our season to be audacious and go for it. Please go for it. All right, thank you very much. All right, okay. For those who want to be mentors, let's try the QR code once again. For those who want to be mentors and mentees, let's do that. But so that we can go along and get our networking and refreshments done, I'm going to invite for her closing remark. Is Sholakwe here? Sholakwe Akinpelu will be delivering her closing remark very quickly. Can somebody please invite her from outside to please deliver the closing remark so that we can... Yes. Still saying that. Okay. All right. Still not accepting for mentees. The QR code is still... All right. So please put your hands together. Also, I'd like to let you know that MTN has like a table here. So please go there, see what they have. Have a chat or something with them out there. So please do that. All right, Sholakwe, please put your hands together for Sholakwe as she delivers a closing remark. Yes. Okay, one second for her. So in the meantime, please make sure remember what we said about networking. All right, you have those names, use them, talk to somebody, ask questions, and make good use of this event. All right, once again, MTN has a table outside. Please approach them, say something, buy something, do something. They are sponsors, and we're very appreciative of their partnership with us this year. So once again, put your hands together for Sholakwe Akinpelu, ladies.
Thank you so much. I think you are probably bored of hearing me now, but we have to give honor to whom honor is due, and it is to you, everyone here, participants, everyone streaming online, because without you, we'll probably just have an empty call. So thank you so much for making out the time. Thank you for being here. Firstly, I would like to encourage that if you are a woman in tech, you have no business not being in the Women in Tech Nigerian community. The vision is huge. We launched in 2021. I see a lot of volunteers here then who helped us successfully, have a beautiful launch, and who are still active in the community, who have grown in different parts. As you'd see, it's not just about the technical growth alone or technical competence that we are about. We are about holistic growth, and we are about paying it forward as well. So I'd encourage that Ayobami, I don't know if there's a QR code that can go online where people can scan the application form to join the community. And when you do, that's step one. I want to encourage ahead that you become active. Okay, so I was just informed that the QR codes are not working so much for women in tech, but that the bit.ly link would be, typed out. And of course, we have beautiful ladies out there who you can walk up to, talk to them, and then they will onboard you, smoothly. You just know that there's a process. You have to fill a form and wait to hear from us. And when you join the community eventually, please be active, join committees, participate in the conversation, right? That being said, I would like to again thank our sponsor, MTN. Thank our panelists. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists, please? We had 8 of them, and I'm sure that if we, left them to the beautiful insights they were dropping for us, we'll still be listening to them by now without getting bored. Most importantly, I've got to thank the organizing committee who put this beautiful event, if you agree with me, that it's been a beautiful one, together. And that is led by our programs manager, Kemi Ogunkoya. Please, let's give it up for Kemi Ogunkoya. Unfortunately, there was an emergency. She, really led the team, but she couldn't make it here today. Thank you so much, Kemi. I'm sure that she's streaming online and then she can hear. I also like to acknowledge the rest of the team. If they are in, can they step out? Otherwise, can someone just reach out to them outside? And that's Iwalola Shobowale. Can we give them a round of applause as we... Iwalola, can someone get Iwalola, please? Iwalola Shobowale, can Iwalola come in? Ojunola Kaka. Sorry, but these ladies actually went out on a limb to ensure that this event happened today, and it would be nice to just have them step out. Ayobami Awode and KG Adedeji. Thank you. Okay, so that is applause in absentia. Can you get the organizing committee, everybody, to come in? Thank you. The organizing committee, please, ladies, step out. Yes, they've been everywhere today. Thank you so much. We've been clapping even in absentia. Thank you so much. Thank you for your contributions, the sleepless nights. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. So yes, they volunteered for this and ensured that we had such a beautiful event. If we tell you, the short duration we had to put this together, you know that these ladies here are pure magicians. Please, let's give them a round of applause. You can take a bow and thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Awesome. Yeah. So pretty much that is our vote of thanks to sponsors, panelists, every person here, ladies, gents, allies. It's been a pleasure seeing your beautiful faces here. And like I said, the vision is bigger than Jolapamo, bigger than even all of us here. Let's pay it forward such that in another 5 years, when people talk about women in tech, we say, yes, we plugged into that vision. And then, even our own daughters, our nieces, the girls yet to come will become great beneficiaries of this big vision. Thank you so much, everyone.
Wonderful. Who here agrees that this has been such an amazing event? So wonderful. Life-changing. I'm sure some of you in 1 year, trust me, you will look back and, when you come back, you will not be the same. You will not be where you are currently. All right. So I'm just glad that you're here. And I hope that, there's still a little more. The networking session, don't take advantage of that bit as well. So Thank you for being such an amazing audience. Thank you for being so, such great listeners, for being so participatory in all of the engagements and activities that we did today. Thank you so much. Till next time when I'll be back again as your host. My name is Ronke Giwa Onofua. Have a wonderful time. And please, we're going to be ushered to get our refreshments. Please get something to eat, to drink, meet somebody new as well, and have a gorgeous day. God bless you.
If you not be DJ Jojo, we know the feel am.
When I go, girl, I no go return. And in one night, girl, look it up. Relationship be like job. And I no get to see you at all. And you know about though, I'm a thumb.
Okay. All right, just one more time. I'd like us to celebrate MTN Nigeria one more time for putting their money where their mouth is, backing women, partnering with us on this wonderful event and making it such a great success. Thank you so much, MTN Nigeria. Thanks for coming on this journey with us. All right.
Yes. Guys, please a round of applause again for our hosts. Wasn't she amazing? Thank you. We had a QR code that we're supposed to display here for the jobs. But if you did register for the event, you would get an email with a Google form to apply for some of the jobs that we have. Just courtesy of Startup HR and Women in Tech Nigeria. We have some opportunities that just for attending today's event, you get exclusive access to apply for them. And if you didn't register and you just came with your friend, you can go to the registration desk and drop your email, and you would get the access to the form. Thank you.
Looks good, darling.
I learned from the best.
Flutterwave will get you far, husband.
But it got you to marry me, didn't it? Close your eyes. I have a gift for you.
Wait, down?
Baby, close your eyes.
Okay.
Bring all the world to you.
This is a thank you for all the sunrises that you've given me all these years.
Babe, now you're going to make me cry.
Don't worry, baby. I'll be home soon.
Every moment, every smile, every emotion is richer with the right connection.
Thank you for lighting up my life. You're a real gift.
Oh, I wish you were here.
I'm always with you.
Get ready to encounter the incredible. And remember, no be juju, na MTN 5G.
Hi guys, my name is Daramola. I am a TV producer.
in the media space, and I currently just finished a course in product management, courtesy of Women in Tech, the Nestcoin Code Academy, and VBank. And I must say it was an amazing journey for me. It was a bit of a challenge because I had to juggle working and also attending class. But then I must say my facilitator was amazing. Thank you so much, Irua. Thank you so much to the sponsors of this Hackathon 2.0. It was impactful. And I would also say this is one of the best decisions I have made this year. And to my colleagues, thank you because I actually made new friends, made new communities, and I like new things as a product manager. I can't wait to start making tech money. All right, guys. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dorcas Obiaron. I am a recent product management graduate from the Women in Tech Nigeria program in collaboration with the Nestcoin Foundry and VBank. I'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors for this amazing opportunity. The training was super impactful, and I was able to learn in the course. I've also been able to build a product along from the knowledge I have gained, and I've also been able to connect with very important people on my journey. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Nwodo. I just graduated from the digital marketing program sponsored by Women in Tech, VBank, Girl Code Academy, and Nest. This experience was really insightful. I learned a lot. The coach was explicit. I met very good friends. I've been able to learn about mail marketing, content creation, and the likes. I would recommend this to anyone who is interested. And thank you once again for this experience. I wouldn't have come this far without you guys.
You have to really your turn. My friend, they don't move back, so no time for love. I be back for 2-4. Baby, stand up, move on, then you get it coming. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing, and go love me money. If you the Jesus is coming, I know born again. Some of us too busy, some of us too busy, some of us too busy to be somebody, busy to be somebody, yeah. Some of us too busy to be babe. Some of us too busy to be babe. Some of us too busy. When they don't use me back, so no time for love. I'll be back for 2-4. Baby, stand up, move on, and you get it coming. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing and see go love me money. If no be Jesus is coming, I know I'm born again. I know they like Gen Z, then they too like to come body. Now just say them a think sweet. My body for nobody, sure. I no like to the foreplay. If I foreplay, I no go take. And I don't like to the romance, cause romance is the kill me the romance. My head they run, my brain they touch. They don't use me back, so no time for love. I'll be back for 2-4. Baby, stand up, move on, and you get it coming. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing, I see go love you money. If no be Jesus is coming, I know I'm born again. Some of us too busy to be
yes, yo. I go by the name Just Young Blaster, aka Boss of Rapture, aka the Rap Guy. You all know what time it is, and right away I'm hanging out with the baddest, maddest DJ Jojo, the baddest DJ and the pilot of all good music. Keep on driving them fast, man. I'm on my seatbelt, nigga. Now drop it.
Other girls jealous, cause you switch me past the looks. Show me your true color, pass my rock color. Them other girls jealous, cause you switch me past the looks. Oh, my yellow pepe, your body check. You don't make me mess, boo, I lose my sense. My yellow pepe, your body check. You don't make me mess, boo, I mess, boo. professional. Give me show color, I'm a shape, yellow. Me, I get it, I'm losing focus. I'm feeling so lost. The mother girl jealous, cause you switch me past the locks. Show me your true color. Pass my up color. The mother girl jealous, cause you switch me past the locks. Oh, my yellow pepe, your body check. You don't make me boo. I lose my sense. My yellow pepe, your body check. You don't make me boo. I'm boo.
Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. The big ballers in town. Now you know. Now you know. Never get boo. Forget what I know never. Yes. Agua how much is money? It's nothing. Ballin'. Premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Never get boo. Forget what I know never. Yeah. Undisputed, unopposed, luxury or nothing. Money is talking, blessings on blessings. Forget what I know them, yes. Agua how much is money? Ballin', premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Never get boo. Forget what I know them,
Modernization, chicken for money pressure, street orientation. Modernization, for money pressure. Niggas sharp proper. Cover face like Nagbaja. Get feel like but we know they cut. Sit up boss them tap. Pass for the shit rababa. Omo ijo rababa. Feeling good banana. Music don't need permission to enter your spirit. Anyway, anyhow, you know say you go feel me. Music don't need permission to enter your spirit. Yeah. Anyway, anyhow, you know say you go feel me.
I don't need talk and you go no feeling good parada.
Black for life, black forever. That's no matter what God says, she records to get me with the block. Let's see. All I know, all I know, all I know, all I know is that when I dey cock, I hit and go. All I know is that when I been shoot, I hit ya oh. All I know is that when I dey cock, I hit and go. All they know is that when I been shoot, I hit ya oh. So when they wanna cause, more, put them in the cross. Talk, color be their own. Blood, did it on their own. Talk, so I don't wanna bring blood down to my front. Talk, I don't wanna drink more blood on the dance floor. Supposing I falling with my color like this and that. I'm dressed in black. Opportunity no be waiting, I go they look them pass. So I light my pass, light that man with my pumpy. Tear got a knot on the monkey. Shake and yash for my money. Odumodu fala follow the cipher country. I go fill my gas, go higher cash, phone, while I the phone. Sean, my ups on the lost cause. All I do is that when I be cock, I hit and go. All I do is that when I be shoot, I hit and go. All I do is that when I be cock, I hit and go. All they do is that when I be shoot, I hit and go. So I don't wanna cause more, put him in the cross. Talk, follow me their own. Blood, did it on their own. Talk, so I don't wanna drink blood down to my front. I don't wanna drink more blood on the dance floor.
I dey always expect these things. Normally. You dey try us, you dey try me. Normally. You came here to party, nah, but you came here to find me. You came here to find me. The thing within my mind.
I go fill my gas, go higher cash, phone, while I the phone. Show my ups on the lost cause.
Run for your life, they gon' come for your life. For my one true advice, bring a gun to the fight. Let it go. Kiss the kids and the wife over here, shit get real. If for real, could be bad when it go. I ain't about to guard like a motherfucking hoe. You bring it to my door, I'ma send you to the boat. The thing about war, you won't never know. Close it, the windows close, they be in the back door. And I don't trust nothing but this God-given flow. You violate with alarm when you pass on dough. They crash out for me, cause I ride for my folks. Take a chance if you want, we gon' down.
All I know is that when I be cock, I hit and go. All I know is that when I be shoot, I hit and go. All I know is that when I be cock, I hit and go.
Yeah, touchdown na Yanako. Young way, man, the boy looking like $1 million. You never seen like $1 billion van. So what's the plan? Who to God, yeah? I same way, got a love boy. Oh, if I can go, get out. Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? I don't give a shot, dog, I toast. Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? I don't give a shot, dog, I toast. Do I look like I give a fuck? Top man, if I name it, never put your hand back on number. As you see me so, I tell me, I follow me, shake if I'm a mewa. Oh, jiggy, Mugola. Make a sing okay, get you go la. More than knock up with Simona. Emana put a monoconoca. Get out, okay, was a call, but those teens in the party girls, I love. Make your mind day, make a bono. Able with the lights, move up on Oco. I pass some Kagani, okay, my love way. And if you sleep, you pull that way. Or if I got knock. Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? I don't give a shot, dog, I toast. Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? I don't give a shot, dog, I toast. Do I look like I give a fuck? Yeah, bad boy, Jeju Kwese. Bruce Wayne, man, Banyobe. The boy looking like $1 million. When they smoking, moving train. Pasa paru to God, yeah. The same way got a love boy. Or if I can go, get out. Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? I don't give a shot, dog, I toast. Do I look like I give a fuck?
If you not be DJ Jojo, we know the feel.